Then take these as my thank you gift. Ashbel is just kidding. You don't have to take her words seriously. Nice to meet you. My name is Kent. This is Gaussen. And this lady is Ashbel. I think you can avoid those people if you run into them again. Otherwise, you may get into trouble again. By the way, are you all merchants? I have been searching for stalls to get gold coins. Don't expect us to offer you a higher price. Come on. Let's talk in our stall. Sir, it's good to see you again. I suggest you choose this one. Although it's a bit expensive. Forget it. I'll give you the same price. Is this the thing you mentioned last time? It is indeed very beautiful. Have a try. Pickled puffin we just dug out. Mr. Wizard, look. People around other stalls all look serious when trading, but those around Kent's stall are laughing and chatting. Yeah. It seems that most of the Inuit people here are regular customers of this stall. Kent and his friends are friendly with their customers. My long observation has not been in vain. We'll take Kent's ship. They are trustworthy. Here, 34 gold coins. Narwhal's horns are really valuable. One horn is worth so many things. This is the market price. If you don't believe me, you can ask others. We will stay here during this period. You don't have to worry about us running away. I have always believed in you. You counted in the barrel of whale oil that I gave you earlier. This is my thank you gift. 6 gold coins. I'll accept it then. By the way, do you take passengers? How much does it cost to take your ship from here to your homeland? Why do you want to leave here? I want to travel around the world. You are so interesting. You know what? We once suggested to the residents here to leave. I think they could have better lives in other places. You can simply say that this place is not suitable for human habitation. I won't mind that. You are right. The living conditions here are so bad, but the residents are unwilling to leave this place. You are the only exception. I don't understand. Their roots are here, so they won't leave. No matter how beautiful a flower is, it will wither without its root. Fallen leaves return to the roots. This is the motto of this race. Let's talk about the fare. It's free. We just need to add 2 beds. Bang, taking our ship is free, but each of you has to pay 20 copper coins for food every day. How long can I make it if I live in your country with my gold coins? 3 years if you do nothing. And you can only have a meal of bread every day. Then I'll work for food. Okay, let's go in and discuss the details. What? You know the world map? Yeah. Some merchants were selling it before. Do you have it? I do. But I didn't expect them to even try to sell it to you. For Inuit people who refuse to leave here, the map is useless. Indeed. According to my observation, no one here has shown any interest in the world map except for me so far. Silver coin. Unroll. Mr. Wizard, she gave us 9 silver coins. So 1 gold coin is equal to 10 silver coins. Alright, we'll leave. Goodbye. Are they really gonna leave here? I think. It's doubtful. Are you serious? Why did you promise them in the first place? He's an interesting, isn't he? Guy, he doesn't belong here. The map of the Holy Powhatan Kingdom is so detailed. But there aren't many details about another country on the map. Looks like those people are from the Holy Powhatan Kingdom. Iceland should be what they call Zone E7. Unfortunately, Eland Holy Powhatan Iceland has very little contact with the outside world, so there is only a rough outline of it on this map. I can't know the proportion and estimate how big these 2 countries are. Besides, I did not find Treasure Island number 2 and Zone D3 on the map. Mr. Wizard, I understand part of your conversation with those people. Are we leaving here in mid-September? Yes. It's the end of August now, so we still have a week to make preparations. Great. We can finally leave this place. Maybe we can board our ship again. Yeah, I got us a ship, and I'm much more relaxed. We can enjoy ourselves and pack up simply before leaving. And we can learn about the outside world from Kent at leisure. Kent. I need your help. Minerals in our country are. Chin Tian, I'm sorry. I have to go to work now. It's okay. We can continue when you're free. I see. Kent seems to be the leader of the caravan. But it is Ashbel, the butler, who truly handles everything. As for the silent Gaussen, Nick said that she had a feeling he was a dangerous man. Gaussen is very strong. He should be Kent's guard. Horn, I'm sorry, but I can't take you with me. This is the right place for you to live, and you can only find your kind here. This is your home. Don't worry. We'll find a female reindeer for Horn after we get back. Zip, we'll leave Horn to you guys. Take care. Take care of yourselves on your way back. Is everything ready? Yes. We're waiting to board the ship. But you're still moving the goods. Are we boarding the ship like those goods? Hold on. We're starting. You know what? When I first sat in this wooden boat, I was so scared that I grabbed it tightly even if it swayed slightly. Whoosh, more timid people would curl up and lie down motionless, right? Just like some crew members rid. Whoosh, yeah, but it's understandable, isn't it? Haha. This is nothing. The peak is much higher than this. So big. This is the largest ship I have ever seen. It's much larger and more crowded than our ship. Follow me. I'll take you two to your cabin. This platform is not high. We call it poop deck. Sailors can look around on its top. You need to take the ladders on both sides if you want to get to the top. By the way, the things on the deck are cannons. Don't touch them unless necessary. Is our room down there? It feels so stuffy. When designing Dawn, I specifically added ventilation devices, which made the cabin less stuffy. Forget it. Maybe we'll feel better after the ship sets sail. This is where you two stay. There are nets on the wall. You can sleep by hanging them up anywhere. Is there any other place for us to stay? This place will feel much cooler after the ship sets sail. But of course, there are independent cabins available. 1 silver coin per day. Please get us a single cabin. We'll stay there until we get off. I think the environment here is much better than in Iceland. Do you want to hear the truth? Alright, it will take about 2 months to arrive at our destination. I'll make it 60 days. The overcharge will be returned, while payment for the shortage will be demanded. 6 gold coins. Thank you. No hurry. We want to see the cabin first. Okay, follow me. Well, this is the best room on the ship. If you still don't like it, there's nothing I can do. We'll take this room. Just one moment. I'll tidy it up for you. Open the door. Coming. Ashbel, what are you doing? From today, you two will sleep in the cabin until the end of the voyage. Bang. Mr. Wizard, this room is much smaller than the rooms on Dawn. This is a merchant ship. Most of the space is used to keep goods. Otherwise, it would have a larger space for people than Dawn. Clang set sail. Ashbel even took away the quilt. Fortunately, we have spare ones. If we don't put something here, we'll have to sleep on the bedboard. Let's take a walk around. Mr. Wizard, it's been a long time since we got off Dawn. Yeah. We have been wandering around like stray cats without a home. Are they the 2 rookies who boarded the ship for the first time? They should have never experienced life on board before. Please take care of them. If they can't take care of themselves on the ship, they'd better get off as soon as possible. We don't want any extra burden. It's not like that. After all, they are our guests. Guests. Who work here? That's ridiculous. Do you want me to get them here? No, let them see their homeland for the last time. We'll talk about their work tomorrow. One day, they will be sick of the scenery on the sea. Mr. Wizard. It's okay. He's right. Driving a ship is a difficult job. Anyway, life on a ship won't be as wonderful and enjoyable as described in some literary works. Whoosh. Turn left. Good. That's it. One moment. I'll be right there. Do you feel any discomfort? Nausea, vomiting, or something like that? Do you mean seasickness? No, we feel good. It was bumpier when we were hunting whales in kayaks. Good. Take this bottle of rum. Drink it if you feel sick. Rum. You are welcome. By the way, let me tell you some precautions on a ship. We're dinner's ready. Clang. Finally. I'm starving. Does anyone want to give me something for my rum? Let's go to the dining room. You eat there too. As the leader, don't you have your kitchenette? The food on board is the same. Let's queue up. Let me try it. It's hard. Bite, is this tile or bread? Well, we'd better eat it. Looks like there's no other food on this ship. You can soak the bread in broth before eating it. Good idea. It seems that these sailors don't like to stay in the cabin either. Otherwise, they wouldn't rest on the deck. Bang. Get up. Now. Hurry back to your position. Or you'll fall into the sea and be fish food. Wake up. Damn it, I almost kissed her. What a fierce ocean. In previous voyages, I could only feel such turbulence where there were storms. Is there any difference between the seas? Oceans in different places are different. The Pacific Ocean is much calmer than the other 4 oceans. Nick, are you full? Well, the conditions here are limited, so we can only make do with it. It will be fine when we reach the destination. By the way, it's almost autumn, and the temperature will be very low at night. You don't want to catch a cold. Good night. The next day, knock 1 minute. This is Roger. He will give you some daily work to do. Look at your drowsy faces. I'll give you 10 minutes to have breakfast. Then come back here. Yes, sir. Roger always talks like this. I hope you don't mind. This ship is fully armed. Is the voyage to Iceland so dangerous? Are all merchant ships like this one? I wonder if there's artillery on the 3rd floor. You too, 7. Take that bucket of tar onto the deck. Thursday. This is weird. He asked us to tar the deck. People may fall over. It's for-ing the ship. This merchant ship is mostly made of softwood such as oak, fir, and teak, which are prone to deformation when left in a dry or submerged state for a long time, resulting in increasingly large gaps between the wood. And there's corrosion caused by salt. Once it rains or the ship gets hit by big waves, rainwater or seawater will come in. Why didn't we do this to Dawn? Haha. Maintenance is necessary for Dawn. But it doesn't have to be so frequent. The wood I selected when building Dawn can withstand the deformation effect. Alright. It's time to work. This deck has at least 300 square meters. It will take me and Nick over half a day to tar the entire deck even if the ship sails steadily. But this job is still an easy one. Those sailors who climb up and down the rope nets may fall into the sea when there's a big wave while working in the high air. Roger has shown us his kindness. Whoosh. In the evening you two should speed up when working. You can go to dinner now. I will tell you what to do tomorrow. The next day where you'll be the lookout today. Idiot. What are your feet used for? Wrap your feet around the ropes. Were. Step. Thank you, Roger. Watch and learn, rookie. I'll give you more work in the future. Web novel. Mr. Wizard, it's too inconvenient to use the bathroom on the ship. Yeah. Although we can use Ashbel's bathroom, our toilet is just made of 2 wooden boards. I could see the stormy sea while doing my job there. Sigh. I'll have dinner with you two today. Gossin. The dinner today is pretty good. There's pickled lamb, biscuits, cheese, and wine. Yeah. If only we could have the same food every day. Mr. Wizard, did you hear it? Cheese and wine. Yes. We can finally have a proper meal. Mr. Wizard, the water stinks. Looks like it's the fresh water on the ship. It was not sterilized when being poured into barrels. We'd better not drink it. Let's have wine. I know why there's wine today. I don't think the sailors on the ship would want to drink such stinky water. Sorry. The freshwater ori has been stored for too long, so it stinks. But you can mix it with wine. Then it will taste fine. And the cheese didn't go bad. Just shake out the maggots inside. How about this? Give me your cheese. You can have my cookies. No, thanks. This cheese tastes perfectly fine. I don't have to shake off the maggots. The protein content of maggots is higher than that of beef, and it's cleaner. How long has the water been stored? A month. Yeah. We collected the melted snow water after we landed in Iceland. The previous freshwater has gone bad. I see. Next time you sail out, you can boil the water to sterilize it before filling it in barrels, which can preserve the water for a longer time. Sterilize. People from the Holy Powhatan Kingdom don't know about bacteria. Bacteria are invisible organisms that can be found everywhere. They are in the air, soil, and even on our bodies. Invisible organisms. They are on our bodies. Chin Tian, I can't find them. Pat Pat, you can't see them, so you can't find them. In short, the spoilage of food and the odor of water are all caused by bacteria. If you kill the bacteria, you can greatly extend the shelf life of food. As I said, you can boil the water before storing it next time. Then compare it with untreated water. You will know what I mean. Since you can't see bacteria, how did you know their existence? Forget what I said. Without a microscope, I couldn't show them any strong evidence. Hello, are you okay? You got drunk in the day. What's happening? Sorry, I have something to handle. We'll talk later. Mr. Wizard. Leave it alone. They will handle it. I guess. Splash. Splash, water is leaking from the cabin. Don't worry. Poseidon won't take the lives of rookies like you. This ship won't sink unless the water reaches your knees. Your job today is to empty the water in this cabin. With a bucket. Do you have water pipes on the ship? What's that? Sigh. Roger wouldn't have asked if there were water pipes on this ship. Looks like I have to use the bucket. Huh. These are bamboos. Roger, can I use these bamboo materials? It's not the time to do handicrafts. I can make the water flow out on its own. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I have ever heard recently. Do you think you're humorous? Make the water flow out on its own. How? By magic. Or are you gonna cut another hole in the bottom of the hull? He still doesn't want to give up. I heard that a few Inuit people can do incredible things. I'll give you 2 hours. If I don't see the water flow out on its own in 2 hours, you will have to drain all the water from the ship today. What if I make it? Will there be a reward? I will give you my weekly salary. What should we do, Mr. Wizard? Let's make some bamboo tubes first. This is the key step. Fortunately, there is canvas tarpaulin on the ship. Otherwise, I'll have no way to seal the holes. Bamboo tubes. Splash. What are you looking at? Take this. Do they want to suck up all the water from the whole bottom through bamboo tubes? What are you muttering about? I'm wondering what those two Inuit people would look like after they lose the bet. Can't wait to see it. Splash. Do you want to be beaten up again? Swish. What's this? On the deck. Hey, what are you doing? Obviously, I am pouring water into the bamboo tube. Why are you doing this? The bottom of the hull. What the hell are those two Inuit people doing? Gurgle. Why is water flowing out of the bamboo tube? Boss, you should see what they are doing. They are filling the cabin with water. Gurgle. Swoosh. Smash. What the hell are you two doing? Thud. Good. Nick sent the signal. 3. Whoosh. Water is spraying out of the bamboo tube. Holy sh.t. Guys, water is. Based on my observation, 1/3 of the people on board have been affected by the disease. That's the result of observation. In fact, 2/3 of the people are sick. They were prepared for the worst before boarding the ship. It sprayed out. The water sprayed out of the bamboo tube. Why is it so noisy outside? What happened? Did my eyes deceive me? Damn it. How did it happen? How did he do that? The bottom of the hull. Gurgle. I felt a strong suction force. This is incredible. Those two Inuit people have magic. Amazing. It's amazing. The sailors said that Chin Tian and Nick only connected these bamboo tubes. Is it magic? If we can learn how to do this, it will save a lot of manpower. How should I ask Chin Tian for it? Siphon effect. What's that? The name of this magic. Can I learn it? He just told them so quickly. If you teach us, we can pay you. Here comes my chance. Pay me. How much? Fortunately, I stopped and didn't tell them all about the siphon effect. Why is everyone here? What are they all looking at? 300 gold coins. 300 gold coins. Only 300 gold coins. Calm down. I must calm down. She's just flying a kite. I still have a chance to raise the price. Knowledge is wealth. That's true. We can negotiate on this. He haggled. Then there's a chance. 500 gold coins, and no fees for our food and accommodation during the rest of the voyage. Is that too much to ask? She agreed. I didn't expect her to agree so soon. I asked for 2 more 100 gold coins. My lucky day. I didn't expect to get it for 500 gold coins. That's only half the price I expected. They both think they have found a bargain. Ashbel is smiling so cunningly. Mr. Wizard is smiling so weirdly. When you pay him, give him my salary for this week. That is to say, we could witness this fantastic magic today because Roger and Chin Tian made a bet. Then I can't let Roger pay. After all, it benefits all of us. I'll pay for Roger. Is that okay? He doesn't have to pay me. It's just my 1 week salary. You don't need to pay it for me. After all, I lost the bet. This is embarrassing. I didn't expect him to pay me. How long will this magic last? It will not stop until the water is pumped out. And you need to reset the bamboo tubes if there's water in the cabin again. If you want to make the process quicker, you can use more bamboo tubes. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what he said? What are you waiting for? Go get the bamboos. Siphon effect. Simply put, when there is a difference in the height of the liquid in 2 containers, you may use a pipette filled with liquid to connect the liquid in the 2 containers. Then the liquid in the container with a higher height will flow to the container with a lower liquid height, which is called the siphon phenomenon. Of course, in addition to the above conditions, you have to make sure that the height of the highest point of the pipe from the water surface of the upper container is not higher than the height of the water column supported by atmospheric pressure, and the outlet must be lower than the water surface of the upper container. The siphon effect is not entirely generated due to atmospheric pressure. It can also occur in a vacuum. The force that causes the liquid to move upwards is the cohesive force of molecules in the liquid. Ah, I'm so familiar with such confused looks. Looks like they have lost the ability to think. Atmospheric pressure. Is that also invisible, like bacteria? What's bacteria? Invisible tiny creatures. Qin Tian said that food spoilage is all caused by bacteria. And he said we could find bacteria on our bodies. This isn't an easy job. It's been almost an hour. Teaching is tiring. I have been explaining to them for almost an hour. Well, it's hard to explain invisible and intangible things. I have systemically studied atmospheric pressure and its general concept. Or I wouldn't be able to understand what it is. You guys can take your time to have discussions. I'll go out and get some air. Well, looks like I still need to teach them for a few more days. I'll go check if the bamboo tubes are still working. Before I get the money, I need to make sure nothing goes wrong with them. The bottom of the hull. Some part of the water is leaking out of the tube. But it's okay. What are you two doing here? Who is it? Come out. Roger, what are you doing here? Did he come here about the bet? So embarrassing. I have to find an excuse to leave here. I am deworming the ship. Would you like some? These are. What long worms? Shipworms, also known as teredos, belong to Lamellibranchia, Xenarthra, and Pteridinidae. They are mollusks that look like worms. They have slender bodies with two symmetrical white shells at the front end and a thin white calcareous tube covering the rest of the bodies. And shipworms are common in oceans and feed on wood. Most shipworms would chisel wood to make residences, so they would damage wooden ships and docks. In addition, different types of shipworms vary greatly in size, ranging from only 2 or 3 centimeters to about 1 meter. Roger, have you been catching shipworms here all along? These disgusting worms and damn barnacles at the hull bottom make the ship painful. Stamp. Wooden boards that have been hollowed out by shipworms have cavities. If the boards are compressed by external forces, the air inside will gush out. It seems that Roger has found the shipworm's holes. Splash, sure enough. Roger probably has found more than a dozen shipworms. Well, he is an experienced sailor. Since he looks calm, these shipworms have not caused any serious problems to this ship. Have those idiots finished handling the bamboos? I'll go check it. After returning to the deck, Qin Tian went to Oshbel's room to see how they were doing. However, when he opened the door, he saw them sitting there, feeling lost. Thud. So we don't have to fill this bamboo tube with water. We just need to suck the water up with this. You can give it a try if you can do it. Qin Tian didn't try to explain anymore but let them operate it in person. After all, no matter how much he said, it was abstract, so it would be better for them to practice it themselves. Thanks to this, Qin Tian received 500 gold coins and free food and accommodation, and he also decided to stop working on the ship because it was so tiring. However, Qin Tian and Hanny Mick seemed to be accustomed to being busy. They couldn't bear to be idle, so they would do some work on board voluntarily sometimes. Why are you mopping the deck, too? Oshbel said that the tuition for witchcraft would be deducted from our salaries. Unconsciously, a month passed, and autumn arrived. The temperature at sea has decreased significantly, and the average temperature remains around 60°F. Now I finally understand why the sailors here reek of alcohol every day, and Roger never leaves his rum. If it goes on like this, I'll become a drunkard too. Rum with high alcohol content can act like isopropyl alcohol, killing bacteria in this green water, but the stink cannot be eliminated. Yuck. Mr. Wizard said that the protein content of this worm is 6 times that of beef. Thud. How many people fell this week? 8 or 9. He seems to have fallen twice before. Are you dead? Get up. Go aside if you want to sleep. Don't block the stairs, or I'll kick your ass. Wait. There seems to be something wrong with him. It's scurvy. Nick, let's go and see what's going on. Ashbel, get Roger here now. On the deck look. The demon's mark. Demons have intruded into his blood. Damn. Hold on. How is he? This sailor seems to have been beaten up by someone. His body is covered in many large clots, like congestion, especially in the subcutaneous tissue of his arms and various joints. It's indeed scurvy. Let's go to the infirmary. What are you doing here? Get out of the way. Get ready for surgery. Pour this down his throat. I didn't expect Roger to be a doctor. I don't think surgery is necessary to treat scurvy. Needle tubing. He's drunk. Is he going to operate on this man with this needle? How is he going to do it? And he just wiped the needle without disinfecting it. Wait. The Age of Exploration, also known as the Age of Discovery, refers to widespread transatlantic activities that emerged around the world, especially in Europe, officially beginning in the early 15th century and lasting through the 17th century. Active burp Age of Exploration. I learned it in history classes. In this era, overseas trade in Europe was greatly promoted. Europe took advantage of it to develop rapidly and gradually become more prosperous than Asia. However, it was a nightmare for the sailors of that period. In the Age of Exploration, ships could only rely on natural wind to sail. Therefore, ocean-crossing navigation would take a long time, and sailors would stay on board for several months. At that time, refrigerators were not yet invented, and most food on ships was meat products such as pickled meat and salt fish that could be stored for a long time. In this situation, sailors couldn't get vitamin C from the food and got scurvy over time. Due to the limited medical treatments, doctors knew that scurvy was caused by issues with the body's blood, but they had no knowledge of the specific cause or any means of treatment. Some people believed that demons were hidden in people's blood. Therefore, most doctors on board believed that demons in the patient's bodies could be driven away if they bled the patients. When doctors bled sick sailors, they always used unsterilized tools to cut open their blood vessels, which might infect the sailors with bacteria. In addition, doctors on board didn't know about bacteria and wouldn't clean infirmaries, let alone make a sterile environment. Over time, the infirmaries were filled with reddish-black dried bloodstains. What's worse, to prevent the floor from becoming too slippery to walk on after bleeding, they spread a layer of sand on it. Age of Oration. With incorrect treatment and an environment full of bacteria, whether sailors could survive after surgery only depended on their luck. Roger, stop. You'll kill him. Don't worry. Roger is treating him. It's okay. Chin Tian used to live in Iceland and has never seen such a treatment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious. Trust me. Bleeding is useless. You will only kill this sailor. It's not okay. Did you treat others like this before? What were the results of the treatments? How many people survived? What is the survival rate? WWE novel. We treated 127 people, and only 31 people survived. So the survival rate is 1/4. It is too low. Dawson was cured through this method. He was so lucky. If I tell you that I have an 80 chance of saving that person, will you still insist on bleeding him? Boy, can you take responsibility for what you said? Of course. When I said I could make the water flow out on its own, you didn't believe me, but you gave me a chance, right? Since Chin Tian made the water flow upwards, maybe he can cure this sailor. Will it be another miracle? 80, if Chin Tian can really do it. If it were him who treated those sailors, over 50 people of them could have survived. What are you going to do? Do you need anything? Looks like she believes me. You said there are many barnacles on the bottom of the hull, right? Do you want to clean the whole bottom? I just need those barnacles. Barnacles. Yes, barnacles. The reason why you suffer from scurvy is because you lack vitamin C. As long as you get enough vitamin C, you will recover soon. Vitamin C is an invisible substance that can be found in any fresh food. For example, barnacles contain vitamin C. Anyway, he will recover after he eats that ugly thing, right? Yes, but he needs to eat a lot of barnacles, and it will take some time. During this period, you don't have to worry about his condition continuing to deteriorate. Clatter clatter. Gaussen will lead Group A to go into the sea first, while Group B will support them on the surface. Take turns every 10 minutes. Here's the oil. Put down. Chin Tian, what do you want this oil for? I don't need it, but they need it. Applying the oil to your bodies can help you withstand the cold while diving. Will it work? Is it only animal oil that works? This is so ridiculous. Don't dawdle like a little girl. Stop talking nonsense. Just do as Chin Tian said. It's so disgusting. Apply. I hope it works. It stinks. Remember to keep an eye on the water. When you receive a distress signal, come to rescue the person as fast as you can. Novel. Since you are so afraid of death, you'd better get back. Put on your knives. Get ready to dive. Plop. So many barnacles. Looks like we should clean up the whole bottom later. Otherwise, we may encounter shipwrecks sooner or later. The funny thing is that these barnacles, which are a great danger to the ship, now become life-saving medicine. Chin Tian's method of applying oil to the body is quite amazing. The seawater is cold, but not as cold as I expected. Unexpectedly, these sailors who have been at sea for years can hold their breath underwater for so long. It has been 3 minutes. Splash. Well. Does the oil work? I forgot about that. I didn't pay much attention to it. I think it worked. When I was underwater, it was not as cold as I thought. That's all the barnacles you collected. You know how difficult it is to clean up barnacles. It's just like when you see a woman, you can't do anything to her, right? Ha ha ha. The sailor who is suffering from scurvy will be cured after he eats these barnacles, right? It won't take effect at once. He has to eat them for a few days. They look like demons' hands as if coming from hell. Cough. Ugh. Give up. He can't swallow. Don't feed him the shell. Just feed him the meat inside. What a nuisance. Although Roger said that, he still did it himself. His bark is worse than his bite. Bite. Oh my God. It's so delicious. What is it? Raw barnacles are edible and taste fresh, but they can't be delicious without proper processing. Looks like his body is extremely thirsty for vitamin C contained in barnacles, which affects his taste buds and makes him feel that barnacles are tasty. It tastes terrible. So tasty. Are these barnacles only eaten raw? Can we cook them before eating? You can. However, vitamin C in barnacles will be damaged in high temperatures. If you boil them, you'll get much less vitamin C. Novel Mike. Calm. However, there are many barnacles now. Even if they boil them, vitamin C they get can add up gradually, which can meet the needs of their bodies. Sigh. I can't stand it anymore. I can't catch any fish. It's strange. After such a long time, the swim bladder has not moved at all. After all, this is not a fishery or an offshore coast. Fishery. What is that? The boundless sea has the richest fish resources in the world, but the distribution of fish in the sea is very uneven. Generally speaking, fish tend to concentrate in coastal areas because neritic continental shelves are close to land, and riverbeds contain a lot of inorganic salt. It causes a lot of nutrients to settle on the nearby seabed, which attracts a large number of marine organisms and eventually forms a gathering place of fish called a fishery. Simply put, offshore areas are more suitable for fish to live, while open seas are different. Fish in open seas do not move on the water surface, and most of them live in areas 3,300 meters underwater. Of course, fisheries can also be found in the open seas, with a richer variety in greater quantity than those in the coastal waters. However, these fisheries do not appear on waters with frequent voyages. So, fishing in the open seas that are not fisheries only depends on luck and requires excellent patience. And a quiet environment. Raise the anchor. Lower the sail. Ride the wind and waves. Facing the wind and rain, we move forward bravely. Speed of 18 knots. I'm the most awesome sailor on the sea. These sailors looked pale and sickly half a month ago, but now, they are vibrant and excited. Novel Mike. Calm since they learned from Chin Tian that fresh barnacles can cure scurvy, they had barnacles every day in the following days. Are they all suffering from scurvy? According to our statistics, over 3/4 of the people on the ship have contracted scurvy, but to varying degrees, and most of them endure it silently. I have less congestion. Food therapy has worked. After a week, critically ill patients got better, while patients with mild symptoms completely recovered. The sailor's health has greatly improved. After another period of time, the dying sailor also recovered and became vibrant again. Thanks to you, they have such a good mood and energy. It is because they are so noisy that fish dare not approach. What's wrong? Storm. A storm is coming. We have to leave this area quickly. A storm. What are you waiting for? Get moving. A storm. A storm. Yes, it's a storm. My perception won't deceive me. Hurry back to your room with Nick. It's dangerous outside. It's still sunny. However, I don't know navigation. Since Kent said there would be a storm, I'd better go back to my room for safety. Rumble Novel Mike. Calm rumble. The storm really came. Paddlers, come wit. You guys, go help them. Clatter clatter, close the muzzles. Clatter harder. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh damn. The storm came so fast. Sails at a 60. Angle to the wind. Rumble rumble rumble. Rumble. What happened? Blaze. Oh no. We're doomed. Rumble. What a loud bang. What just happened? Blaze. Blue fire. Bang. Keep your feet. Bang. What the hell is it? Vortex. It's a vortex. Whoosh whoosh. The gate of hell. It's the gate of hell. I don't want to die. God, please save your most faithful believer. Novel Mike. Calm down. The ship has been caught by the vortex. It may be sucked into the sea unless there is enough power to pull it out. Roger, help me. Hurry up. Hold on. On my command, let's turn the helm together. See grab. Click. I can't hold on anymore. Use all your strength. Grab. Good boy. Swoosh swoosh. Shocked. Are you crazy? Chin Tian, what are you doing? Steady the helm, or we will die. We won't. Trust me. I can get the ship out of the vortex safely, just like I can make the water flow upwards and cure scurvy. Blaze. Moreover, with its protection, we won't die. You may rest assured. You mean hellfire? Ha ha ha. Hellfire. That's what you call it. Blaze. Remember, Saint Elmo is the god who guards ships and sailors on the sea, and this is his token, St. Elmo's fire. All the ships that encountered this fire sank to the bottom of the sea. Where did you hear about this story, Roger? From the crew who survived the disaster, right? Let's say all crew members on a ship should have died, but someone was saved after St. Elmo's fire appeared. Most importantly, our ship is already in the vortex, and we can't rely on the wind power to get out of it. We're novel Mike. Calm, or why don't you trust St. Elmo and my method? After a loud bang, the ship has speeded up. It's ocean currents. Let's go. Where to? Clatter. Hold on tight. Don't fall. The ship is heavily tilted. Creak, what happened? Guys. What's wrong? Oshbel. Whoosh, we're doomed. Whoosh. Trust me. I'll let you witness the third miracle. Miracle. Yes. There will be a miracle. Since he said so, there will definitely be a miracle. He must know Saint Elmo. That's why he can show us a miracle. Saint Elmo's fire is protecting us. Great. The sailors have calmed down. On my command. Splash splash, furl the sails. Got it. Were it so fast. Novel Mike. Calm, I feel like I'm being taken away by the wind. But now we can only trust him. Follow my command. The end of the moment arm. The fastest point. Drop the sails. Bang. Were. Swoosh. Were. We got out of the vortex. Miracle. It's absolutely a miracle. What just happened? We rushed out. We're saved. My legs have gone weak. It's indeed a miracle. Amazing. How did you do it? I just used centrifugal force to get the ship out of the vortex, just like spinning an umbrella to shake off the raindrops. Grandpa Wisdom taught me. Stand up, weak losers. Has that storm scared the sh.t out of you? Bring the empty buckets to collect rainwater. A week later. I never thought rainwater would be so sweet. Novel Mike. Calm, I know I can find you here. What can I do for you? Nothing. I just got the news. At this speed, we will arrive at the port in 2 days. So I would like to know if you two have any plans. Plans. Chin Tian thought about what to do after going ashore, but he did not make a detailed plan. The reason was simple. He did not know the overall situation of the Holy Poet Kingdom. Therefore, it was no use making a detailed plan. After all, he could only make a plan based on his imagination, and he didn't know if it could work in reality. If the reality didn't match his imagination, or they were even vastly different, his plan would be in vain. Do you have any suggestions? Therefore, Chin Tian didn't make a specific plan. The only thing he could be certain of was the purpose of his trip, which was to use the Holy Poet Kingdom as a springboard to search for Yilin and the others. Your Chamber of Commerce. I remember when you boarded the ship, you said you wanted to see the outside world. But there's something I need to remind you of. People speak French in the Holy Poet Kingdom. As businessmen, we have learned your language to make deals with you people better. Tu n'es pas t'inquiète. You don't have to worry about that. But you don't have to worry about it. If you join us, we can teach you French. And of course, this is not a remuneration for your work. We will pay you a salary, and this is a benefit we offer you. Besides, there is something called law in our kingdom. If you accidentally violate one of the laws, you may get in trouble. About the laws. Shocked. Chin Tian, what did you say? You can speak French. Surprise. Holy sh.t. Chin Tian, you're not a criminal who was exiled or fled to Iceland, are you? What will you do if I am a criminal? Don't worry. We will never tell anyone about your whereabouts. That makes sense. Qin Tian is a criminal. That's why he thinks so differently from other Inuit people and why he can speak French. Relax. I am not an exiled criminal. Really. Let's talk about work. May I know about the job content and the salary? Nick and I are not familiar with the Holy Powhatan Kingdom, and it would be great if we could find a temporary foothold there. We want you to serve as the vice president of our Chamber of Commerce. You can propose any salary you want. What about 500 gold coins per month? Well, 500 gold coins per month. It's... Ashbel, come here. Let's talk about it. It's your idea, isn't it? Shocked. See. I told you he could guess it. If I had known it earlier, I would have been frank with you. We sincerely want you to join us. As for the salary, I can offer you 50 gold coins per month. Qin Tian is an incredible man. If he could work for us, it would be of great benefit to the development of our Chamber of Commerce. That's a good salary. Ashbel once said that a few gold coins can cover the basic living expenses of an ordinary civilian for a year. 50 gold coins per month is absolutely a fat salary. Qin Tian was shocked by the salary Ashbel offered. At first, he was just kidding when he said that he wanted 500 gold coins per month. He thought it would be good to get 5 gold coins per month. However, this offer far exceeded his expectations. But Qin Tian did not agree to it at once. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. In his opinion, since Ashbel offered him a high salary, he would have to bear great responsibility. To Qin Tian's surprise, Ashbel had only one request for him, which was to provide advice whenever the Chamber of Commerce encountered any major problems. Qin Tian accepted the invitation happily. Qin Tian and Hanny Nick officially became members of the Chamber of Commerce. On that night, Kent and the others held a simple welcome party and introduced the new vice president to everyone. 2 days later, cheer up, everyone. Look carefully. If any suspicious ships enter our attack range, fire to intimidate them immediately. What's going on? Is this area dangerous? There are only a few routes from the Holy Powhatan Kingdom to Iceland, and some pirates would ambush the relevant areas during our return voyage. During this period, many merchant ships would return with a lot of goods, including many valuable things. It would be easier and more profitable for pirates to ambush the ships on their return routes than wandering around the sea. You don't have to worry. Pirates often choose their targets based on their own situation. Once we show them our powerful firepower, no pirates dare to target us. I suppose we should have enough firepower. Mr. Wizard. Where that is Linhai City. Where we've arrived. We are finally back. Only carriages and no automobiles. I don't know if there aren't steam engines in the Holy Powhatan Kingdom or if steam engines haven't been applied to automobiles yet. But either way, it shows that the Holy Powhatan Kingdom has not entered the age of steam. In addition, I can see rolling mountains everywhere. Apart from Linhai City in front of us, I can't see any villages nearby. Looks like it's a vast territory with a sparse population. This is my country, the Holy Powhatan Kingdom. Are the walls impressive? Yeah. It's very beautiful and has ancient styles. Why is he so calm? There shouldn't be such a magnificent building in Iceland. I feel like he is offhand with me. It's Fred. It's all fresh vegetables. Great. These apples look tempting. Give me some oranges. Roger, we'll leave the remaining work to you. The goods will be placed in the warehouse no later than tomorrow morning. You greedy rats, get back to work now. Shocked. Come on. Let's finish our work first. Get me an orange. Let me bite the apple. Life on board was so boring. I'll go to a tavern to relax myself tonight. You've seen the hellfire. Nonsense. If you had seen it, you would have died. Idiot. To be precise, it's St. Elmo's fire. By the way, I saw the rumored ship with 2 wheels and a chimney. Does it really use wheels instead of oars when navigating on the sea? I saw it on the way to Brewer for delivery. It was too far away, and I didn't see it clearly, but I'm sure the wheels on the ship were not turning. Clang clang. Don't push. Get in one by one. It's a noble's carriage. Don't stop it. Is this Linhai City? So magnificent. I wonder what it looks like inside. A cavalry with heavy armor. This is the first time I have seen them with my own eyes. The armor looks even heavier than the armor in films. I wonder if it can block bullets. If not, this suit of armor is just a heavy burden for soldiers on the battlefield. Swoosh. Fresh fruit. Freshly picked fruit. Hello, lady. Would you like some flowers? Excuse me, please. What is this new vice president like? He's good. You can trust him. It was Ashbel's decision. There is a lot of fun stuff. Their clothes should be from Europe, which are similar to the clothes in Game of Thrones. Where are we going? The branch of our Chamber of Commerce in this city. Once we get there, we can have a rest. My lord. Here we are. The welcome banquet is ready. Please wait for a moment. Fred, you are always so considerate. There are all kinds of jewelry and things I don't know, but I can tell they are extremely expensive. It seems that this Chamber of Commerce is engaged in the luxury goods business. No. If they trade luxury goods, they don't have to do business in Iceland. I'll ask them if there's a chance. Finally, I can have some rest. Mr. Wizard, this chair is so soft. Wow, it's real leather. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It was a sumptuous feast. There were meats such as roasted suckling pig, roasted leg of lamb, and hot dogs. And there was good wine. Most importantly, Fred specially prepared carrots, cabbage, grapes, and oranges, which are rich in vitamin C. For Chin Tian and the others, the food was extremely tempting, which greatly satisfied their needs. After eating and drinking enough, they felt exhausted. Then the maids led them to the second floor. When they were enjoying the meal, Fred prepared rooms for each of them. After agreeing to meet at dinner and saying goodbye, they entered their rooms respectively. The room was large, with a large bed placed inside. Centered around the bed, there was a dressing table on the right with a huge mirror on top. On the left were a coffee table, 2 chairs, hot water for bathing, and a wooden bucket. During the voyage, fresh water was extremely precious. It was not enough to drink, let alone take a bath. Therefore, Chin Tian and Hanny Nick could hardly bear the stains on their bodies. After taking a comfortable bath respectively, Chin Tian and Hanny Nick lay on the soft bed, falling asleep while holding each other. By the way, what is the main business of our Chamber of Commerce? Sales of jewelry and ornaments. That's just a part of it. We also have business in fur and grain. In addition, we have other branches in other cities besides this one. Fred, has anything happened in the Chamber of Commerce during my absence? Just some trifling matters. I've handled them. I'm sorry, sir. We are closed now. Please come here tomorrow. Get out of my way. Clatter. Lord Kent, I'm glad to see you back safely. Captain William, save your polite words. We are having breakfast. If the Viscount has any instructions, just tell me. I'm here to convey the command of the Viscount. You need to complete a task, Lord Kent. I have read the content. You may go back now. Enjoy your breakfast, sir. Damn Dumbledore. He did it on purpose. He didn't bring us the task until now. He always did this, but we completed all the tasks. We'll surely complete this task as we did before. There's no need to be angry about this. May I know what's going on? If you can't tell me, it's okay. Just a trifle. It's okay to tell you. After all, you are the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce now, and you have the right to know what's going on. You heard our conversation. We received a task from the Viscount. The task is to send a batch of military supplies to the front line. Military supplies. Is there a war? Holy Pao. Kingdom the Galman's Empire. Yes, it's the war between the Holy Powit Kingdom and the Galman's Empire, which has lasted for over 100 years. Over 100 years. As far as I know, the two countries were at a stalemate most of the time, with very few instances of actual warfare, and the duration of each conflict was also relatively short. Of course, I heard it from hearsay. After all, I'm not a witch who can live for hundreds of years. What is the reason for the war? I don't know. Perhaps it is because His Majesty was mocked by the King of the Galman's Empire for his unsightly beard, or perhaps it's because the wife of the King of the Galman's Empire was taken by His Majesty. Who knows what is in the heads of those nobles? Are you serious? The people don't even know the reason for this century-long war. Then what have they been fighting for? Fred, do you know the reason? I'm sorry, my lord. I don't know either. I only remember this war has been going on for a long time. They have been scrambling for something. What is it? I heard it during my travels before. I don't know what it is. Well, all they know is rumors. I didn't get any reliable information. Let's talk about the task. If it's only to transport the goods to the front line, it should be easy to complete. If only he is not giving us a hard time. You mean that Viscount, Dumbledore? Exactly. I think you can read French. It's a piece of cake for me. The task was issued at the end of August, and this batch of supplies must be delivered before October, which means they only have half a month left. No wonder you guys were so angry before. The Viscount has been stalling for time. Although you haven't returned when the task was released, they could give it to Fred so that Fred could arrange for someone to deliver the supplies. This task is of great importance. I dare not entrust the task to others except for you, Lord Kent. Right, Kent mentioned that many similar things have happened before. Obviously, Dumbledore said something like this when Kent previously went to argue with him. But we can't find any fault from this excuse. These little tricks are nothing. Most importantly, there may be accidents when transporting goods. Judging from her tone, looks like there may be something dangerous during the transportation. Don't worry. You've just come here, and you're not familiar with our Chamber of Commerce. You don't have to go with us this time. You just need to familiarize yourself with the Chamber of Commerce under Fred's guidance. There are 2 routes available from Linhai City to the front line on the map, namely sea transportation and land transportation. I wonder which route Kent will choose. If they choose land transportation, they have to pass through several cities. It may be a good opportunity to spread the news of my presence in the Holy Powit Kingdom. If Yi Lin and the others are in this country, they will know it. Knock. I'll leave you in peace. Mr. Wizard, Kent sent us some clothes. Is this the so-called pajamas? Rustle, it feels strange but comfortable. It suits you well, and it's very beautiful, Nick. The pajamas are not bad, but these daily clothes. I'll let Kent get me another outfit. I don't want to wear silk stockings. Bon voyage, guys. You really don't have to go with us. If you are worried about your salary, you can rest assured. You will receive your full salary this month without any deductions. I know. But I'm the vice president, and I should do what I can do. Speaking of this, where are the goods? Before going to the front line, we need to go to Mozo City. Dan William put all the military supplies in the manor. Manor. I have a question, Kent. What's your title? You guessed it. I'm wondering when I should tell you that. Fred called you my lord, and the Viscount has dealings with you, plus some signs I have observed. If I guess right, you should be a baron. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been suppressed by the Viscount. I am a hereditary baron, but there is no clear hierarchical relationship among nobles. If so, why did you take on this task? You can refuse it, can't you? I can, but it will bring me other trouble. Qin Tian, how much do you know about the noble ranks? Just a little. Sure enough. In the Holy Powhatan Kingdom, the noble ranks are, from highest to lowest, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. These can be divided into hereditary titles and life titles, with hereditary titles being considered more prestigious under equivalent conditions. Hereditary titles, life titles, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. The difference between hereditary titles and life titles lies in whether the titles can be passed on to one's descendants. This is merely a difference in social status and not an absolute hierarchical relationship. In other words, a higher-ranked noble cannot order a lower-ranked one to do something. They can only make requests, and the lower-ranked noble has the right to refuse. Baron, Viscount. However, if the lower-ranked noble is enfeoffed by the higher-ranked one, then there is a hierarchical relationship between the two. That is to say, there is no hierarchy between nobles of different ranks. To put it simply, there is no subordination relationship between two political entities. Viscount Kent's Baron title was not bestowed by Dumbledore, so they are not in a hierarchical relationship, and vice versa. I still don't understand why Kent took on this task. According to what you said, there's no hierarchical relationship between him and Dumbledore. This task is assigned by the royal family. It doesn't make sense. Kent and Ashbel have hinted that Dumbledore wanted to take action against them. However, the task was issued by the royal family. Theoretically, even if Kent fails to complete the task, he will be punished by the royal family, not Dumbledore. If you fail to complete the task, will Dumbledore be the beneficiary of your punishment, or does he have any grudges against you? He'll be the beneficiary. Failing to deliver the goods on time is not a serious mistake. As I told you, the two countries have been at a stalemate most of the time, so preparing supplies is just a precaution. Even if we don't deliver the goods on time, the front line can hold on for a while, and even if we deliver the goods in November, it's okay. But it's not okay for someone else. You mean someone will make an issue of it? As long as it's reasonable, even if it sounds absurd, it can become a reason to launch a war. When my father was still alive, Dumbledore was ready to do this. Your father? When Qin Tian asked about Kent's father, there was a faraway look in Kent's eyes, and Qin Tian knew that he was recalling something. Qin Tian was sensible and didn't say anything, just listening quietly, which lasted for half an hour. According to the social system of the Holy Powhatan Kingdom, the royal family grants land to the nobles, and in return, the nobles are tasked with maintaining local security, ensuring domestic peace and stability, and protecting the monarchy. Within their respective fiefdoms, the lords have the right to self-governance based on the kingdom's laws, while also fulfilling their obligation of paying a specified amount of taxes to the royal family in a timely manner. I'm gonna add a little more to the original tax so that I can get some money after paying the tax. In this situation, the nobles can collect taxes from the people while ensuring that they can live normal lives. They'll pay a part of taxes to the royal family, while the rest belong to themselves. Therefore, given equal fiefdom size and tax rates, a lord who effectively manages his land will undoubtedly accumulate more wealth during tax collection compared to other lords. According to Kent, their family's fiefdom was granted by the royal family, located within the fiefdom of Dumbledore. In this situation, their family managed the fiefdom much better than Dumbledore did. Dumbledore Kent, that's why Dumbledore has been targeting their fiefdom. After all, the wealthier the residents in the fiefdom, the more wealth the lord can obtain. That's reasonable. All he wants is wealth. But Kent's fiefdom was granted by the royal family. Won't the royal family do anything if Dumbledore annexes it? Russell. The emperor of the Zhou dynasty enfeoffed various princes with the lands. At the end of the dynasty, the princes rebelled, causing chaos in the country and endangering the monarchy. Guifang, the Zhou royal family Ji Yan Beijing West He North Rong Rong Emperor Wu, the first monarch of the Wei state Mi Jin Mo Tang Wei Jishui Song Shui Qingxi Lui Provisional Capital. Shangqiu Luoyang Shangqiu South Huai. The royal family placed Kent's fiefdom in Dumbledore's fiefdom. Just like putting a thorn in Dumbledore's flesh. The royal family did this to balance the lords in the kingdom and prevent one family from becoming a local despot. If Dumbledore wants to pull out this thorn, the royal family won't sit by. The royal family won't stop the battle between the lords, or I should say, they are happy to see that. If the battle between the two lords caused too many casualties, the royal family would reclaim the lords' fiefdoms or even deprive them of their titles on the pretext of failing to manage the fiefdoms. Even if they can't reclaim the fiefdoms, the decrease in military strength of the two lords would be more conducive to their rule. Ha! What big cattle! Whoosh whoosh Mr. Wizard, look! What a big fan! It's so big! This is my first time seeing a windmill. Is this your fiefdom? This is Ruther Village, not my fiefdom. My fiefdom is Mozo City, and we'll get there this afternoon. Mozo City Ruther Village. That's. Lord Kent is back. Here we are. This is Mozo City. It's smaller than Linhai City, but I believe you'll like the people here. Lord Kent, you are finally back. I'm glad to see you come back safely, Lord Kent. I miss Ashbel. It seems that your people love you very much. They've helped me a lot. This city is not as spectacular as Linhai City, but it gives people a sense of tranquility and peace, which Linhai City can't compare to. Mr. Wizard, look. What a big house. Rustle rustle. Welcome back, Lord Kent. Wow. Kent is like a local despot. This manor is much better than any luxurious villa. Even a baron's residence is so grand. I bet viscounts and other high-ranking nobles live in more splendid houses. Swoosh. My lord. Ashbel. Pounce. Sorry, Ophina. We came back in a hurry this time and didn't bring you any gifts. My lord. Your return is the best gift for me. You came back hurriedly for the transportation of supplies, right? I have had them loaded and parked in the backyard. I have also sent people to notify the knights in each village. They may arrive tomorrow morning, so you can have a good rest tonight. Well done, Ophina. Stroke Ashbel, I have grown up. Don't stroke my head as if I'm still a child. Let me introduce them to you. This is Chin Tian, the vice president of our Chamber of Commerce appointed by Kent, and this is Nick. My name is Ophina, and I am the deputy butler of the manor. You can come to me if you need anything. Nice to meet you. Turns out she's Ashbel's little sister. No wonder they look similar to each other. What is this? A list of supplies to be transported this time. Are you interested in it? I'm just curious. Boxes of wine, sets of armor, firearms, cannons. Looks like the supplies on the list are not items that are hard to obtain or purchase. Many of them are available in major cities. They can purchase them from cities near the front line by raising funds, instead of asking you to do such long-distance transportation. They are easily available except firearms and cannons. Are they difficult to get? If you want to purchase these two types of weapons, you must pre-order them and wait for 1 or 2 months before they can finally reach your hands. If you are in urgent need, you can also pre-order from some lower-quality weapon workshops. However, the probability of experiencing malfunctions with these low-quality firearms is higher, and such firearms certainly cannot be transported to the front lines. Therefore, there is no way we can complete the task by purchasing the supplies on the list from cities near the front line, as firearms and cannons can't be obtained in a short period of time. It seems that guns are not readily available in the Holy Powhatan Kingdom. Then it makes sense that soldiers here still need armor. By the way, what do you mean by pre-ordering firearms from lower-quality weapon workshops? Literal meaning. According to Ashbel, all guns in the Holy Powhatan Kingdom are made by major weapon workshops, and even military equipment is purchased from these workshops. The guns produced by these workshops vary in quality. Some workshops produce guns with high accuracy and durability, crack. While others produce guns with poor accuracy, and no one knows whether the guns can be used normally. To complicate matters further, the caliber of the guns produced by these workshops is different, which may result in guns of the same type not being able to use the same bullets because they are produced by different workshops. For many reasons, the royal family would have long-term cooperation with some good workshops. But sometimes, when the front lines are short of ammunition and firearms, even if these workshops work overtime, they cannot produce a large number of firearms and ammunition in a short period of time. In such cases, the royal family will instruct the lords of each fiefdom to collect firearms and ammunition and send them to the front lines. While chatting with Ashbel, Chin Tian lost track of time and soon it was dinner time. After the meal, Chin Tian and Hanny Nick were led to a room on the second floor. Ring ring. May I help you? Is there any canvas in the manor? Or paper? Do you want to paint? Yeah. Ahem. Clatter clatter. Here we are. This is the studio. You may find everything you need here. Lord Kent said you can use everything in the manor without asking for permission. Okay. Thank you. What a spacious room. However, painting does not require too many things. The important thing is whether the painting location is quiet enough so that the painter won't be disturbed. In this regard, this place is indeed good. I'll use this color. The saturation of this color is very high, and using it to write notices will be very eye-catching. Anyone who can provide clues about a ship named Dawn, which has wheels on it, and people whose names are Yilin, Jessica, Payson, Kata, Ragna Aruba, Bakuma and Pohama can go to Baron Kent's manor in Mozo City to get 50 gold coins as a reward. Russell notice anyone who can provide clues about a ship named Dawn, which has wheels on it, and people whose names are Yilin, Jessica, Payson, Kata, Ragna Aruba. Pakuma and Pohama Russell Baron Kent's monarch in Mozo City to get 50 gold coins as a reward. This is Chin Tian. Nick and I are living in Mozo City now. It was just a few sentences, but Chin Tian needed to make many copies. So, it would take him a lot of time. Russell Chin Tian planned to post the notices in every city he would pass, so he needed to prepare a considerable number of notices. In addition, writing notices consumed the pigment fast. Chin Tian had to make new pigment after it was used up, which invisibly increased the workload. It should be enough. Ka undul Baron Ken Mozo Lady Takola Reva. This is Chin and I are El Mozo City. Chin Tian worked all night without realizing it. When he finished, it was dawn. Sorry, Nick. I had you work with me all night. Don't take it to heart. I did it of my own volition. Good morning, Ofina. You two got up so early. What are you doing? As you can see, we are transporting the goods required for this task to the port. Which boxes contain firearms and cannons? May I take a look? All the firearms and cannons are here. Feel free, please. Click. Mr. Wizard, this gun is so short. This is a handgun, which is different from the rifles we used, but both of them are destructive. Apart from the different ignition methods, it almost has the same structure as a matchlock. Its power can't be deadly. However, for the sake of aesthetics, the gunstock was polished smooth. Once it gets wet, it will easily slip out of the hand. It's eye candy. Click. These are Mosin-Nagant rifles. Mr. Wizard, what is a Mosin-Nagant rifle? It is a rifle specifically equipped for cavalrymen. But the range and accuracy of it are poor. What about this? It is a portable gunpowder jar with a fixed capacity. When using it, you need to pour the powder into the powder pot and then into the gun. The size of the matching powder pot varies depending on the firearm. The handgun is equipped with a 20-grain powder pot, while the rifle is equipped with a 60-grain powder pot. I heard from Ashbel that the firearms of the Holy Poet Kingdom have low accuracy, but I never expected it to be so terrible. And I also never expected that such weapons would be given to the army. The grinding tool of bullets is a tool that can adapt bullets to any firearm due to the immaturity of bullet manufacturing technology and craftsmanship. It's very simple to use it. Place a lead sheet on the hole, and then place a bullet on it and press it firmly. The lead sheet will change the diameter of the bullet, avoiding the mismatch of bullets due to different calibers of firearms. It seems that the most valuable weapons are the two light field guns. Judging from these firearms and cannons, I can tell that the level of weapon manufacturing in this country is similar to that of the 17th and 18th centuries in my original world, or even worse. It's a good thing for me. Given the power of these weapons, even if I get shot, I'll have a high chance of survival. You want to find someone. You have just arrived in the Holy Poet Kingdom. Do you know anyone else here? They're very important. Is it? Yes. It can't be wrong. I don't think you need Lord Kent to vouch for you. Anyone who sees this notice will firmly believe that you can offer them 50 gold coins as a reward. Did you use the ultramarine in the studio? Ultramarine. The blue pigment on your notice. Can't I use it? How much ultramarine did you use? A box. Alright, you've lost half a month's salary. Shocked. Half a month's salary. That thing is worth 25 gold coins. Ultramarine is made of lapis lazuli, which is very rare and extremely expensive. In addition, to obtain the purest color, workers have to pick up impurities bit by bit from the pigments with tweezers when processing them, which greatly increases the cost. Crack. 25 gold coins are just a cost price. For various reasons, the price of ultramarine remains high. The selling price of ultramarine is 3 times or even 5 times that of gold of the same weight. 5 times. Gold. I'm such a spendthrift. No, I'm even worse. Can't someone make it by mixing the colors? As far as I know, no one has ever made it. Most painters can only make similar colors, but the difference is quite noticeable when compared to real ultramarine. Moreover, if someone made it, the price of ultramarine would not be so outrageous. Since people in this era cannot mix ultramarine, perhaps I can try it in a modern way. If I succeed, I'll get super rich. Lord Kent, the knights have arrived. Rumble rumble. Rumble rumble. I have to say that these knights are so cool. They look like small tanks. Take off. Lord Kent. My lord. Jellian, I have to trouble you again. Did we get here in time? There are 24 knights. Half of them are fully armed, while the others only have a pair of armor. Why? To be precise, the 12 fully armed ones are knights, and the rest are their squires. Don't underestimate these squires. They are also good at fighting. According to Ashbel, Kent is just a baron, but he has a large fiefdom, which contains Mozo city in 7 villages. Mozo, these knights are from those 7 villages. However, it does not mean that there are only 12 knights in the 7 villages. In fact, how many knights a lord has and how large the fiefdom is don't depend on his title but on his financial resources. Those who have better financial resources have more knights. In general, it costs a lot to train a knight, so one village can only train 1 knight under normal conditions. These knights manage villages at ordinary times. If the lord needs them, they will go to assist the lord after receiving a personal letter, just like this task. Lord Kent, Ashbel, take care on the road. We'll bring you gifts when we come back. Kent, how many soldiers do you have? Including the knights from the villages, I have 117 soldiers. Why did you ask this? Did you count the squires and guards? As a baron, don't you think you have too few soldiers? Few. On the contrary, Kent already has a lot of soldiers as a baron. Some viscounts are not even as good as him. We only count people who are equipped with armor and weapons. If the soldiers' attendants are included, Kent can dispatch around 500 people. No wonder Kent only let 50 or so men complete such an important task with him. Turns out it's half of his troops. Actually, I don't have so many men. Soldiers' attendants. Do the knight squires have attendants? If the squire is an apprentice knight, then yes. I didn't expect that. So we only have 100 or so people who can fight, right? Yes. Dumbledore only has 181 soldiers, and Kent will be as powerful as him in just a few years. By then, we'll have formidable military strength, and Dumbledore dares not make trouble for us anymore. We can kill him by then. Then we won't have so many worries. It is unnecessary to start a war. You are the Baron. You call the shots. It seems that Dawson and Ashbel wanted to fight Dumbledore long ago, but Kent wanted to resolve the conflict peacefully. What will happen in a few years? According to the current development trend of the Chamber of Commerce, we can purchase a village every 6 months, which means Kent will have one more knight or a dozen soldiers. Purchase. Can fiefdoms be purchased? Of course, fiefdoms are the property of nobles, so they can be traded. At first, Kent only had Mozo City and 2 villages in his fiefdom. The other 6 villages were purchased over the years. Most of the time, nobles won't sell their fiefdoms unless necessary. Even if they are to sell their land, they'll set an extremely high price. Mozo, but you guys can purchase a village every 6 months. I'm afraid Dumbledore won't give you so much time. According to the development trend of the Chamber of Commerce, Kent can even buy the whole country if he is given enough time. Dumbledore has been making trouble for us in the past 2 years, but he has no proper reason to wage a war. If we can complete this task, we can buy some time. We have less military strength now, so we are able to fight him. I'm afraid things are not that simple. On the 3rd day, Dumbledore's fiefdom. Cheer up. Tell me once you see any suspicious people or vehicles. Yes, sir. Be vigilant. Someone is approaching. Stop right there. Maybe they were just passing through here. Dumbledore's people wouldn't come to us so openly and foolishly. I hope they were just passing through here. Clop clop. Is that them? Even if it's not them, judging from their alert look, there must be many valuable things in their carriage. We'll get it sooner or later. Let's take a shortcut back. If we have to be so vigilant with every person we encounter, I'm afraid we'll be exhausted on this journey. Usually, few people would pass through this kind of place. But those 2 men were riding horses at leisure in the woods, which is very suspicious. I hope they're just bandits, not Dumbledore's men. I think they were here trying to get some information about us. After all, this is Dumbledore's territory. He knows our tracks. Unexpectedly, the Holy Powhatan Kingdom with low ordnance technology has invented the match, which was invented in the 18th century in my original world. Whoosh whoosh. Let's go. Kill them all. Clop clop. Bandits are coming. It's a night raid. As I expected. Bang bang bang. Swish swish, hold on. Don't panic. Team B, aim. Team C, get ready. Team A, load ammunition. The firearms in this era have low accuracy. Due to the darkness at night, they have no time to aim at the enemies in a hurry. However, they are using a 3-strike tactic. Maybe. Swish swish, they can't hit us. At this distance, we have no time for the 3rd round of shooting. The knights. Charge. Swoosh swoosh. For Baron Kent. Bang. Aw. Bang. Bang. Awesome. They have killed 1/3 of the enemy in one go. They are worthy of being heavy armored knights. The 2nd round of charge. Kill them all. Run. We can't win. Retreat. 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 Stop pursuing. Clean up the battlefield. Clop clop, musketeers, reload ammunition. Remain vigilant. A rabble. If we keep pursuing, we can kill them all in a few minutes. This battle ended quickly. The enemy attacked and fled in panic in an instant. I guess they won't come again tonight. Finally, we can have a good rest. This is just the beginning. If Dumbledore doesn't give up, he will lose more. The guards have poor combat power, but these knights are elite. Damn it. I must get a set of armor. It's like a turtle shell. I can't damage it at all. Why couldn't we fight instead of just gathering information? If we attack them together, we can kill them all. These B.Stards were watching us from the side. Damn it. Captain William. Did you hear it? My men are very dissatisfied with this. Shouldn't you give us some compensation? Mr. Zack, you should remember that the Viscount had already paid you before we took action. Besides, you owe me a favor for what happened tonight. Web novel. Many of my men were killed, and I still owe you a favor. Rewards are limited. The fewer people, the more money you can get. Am I right? I can see the joy in your heart from your face. Ha ha ha. Really? Is it that obvious? To be honest, it was hard to hold back my laughter. What a nut. If I had a choice, I would never have collaborated with this madman. But other bandits are not strong enough, so I can only hire him. What about you? You should be happy to see my men die, right? After all, you've always wanted to wipe out the bandits in your territory, haven't you? Stop joking, Mr. Zack. After this, you will no longer be a bandit. The Viscount will reward you with one of the villages, and we will be fellows in the future. Captain William, you should be frank with yourself. Don't you feel nauseous when you say something against your will? Besides, I don't want to be your fellow. After all, being a person is better than being a noble's dog. What did you say? Swoosh. Ha ha ha. Easy, Mr. William. I was just kidding. Don't get angry. Let's get down to business. I'm wondering about one thing. Dumbledore has enough soldiers to kill them directly. Why did you have to use this means? Humph. The Viscount has personally escorted the batch of supplies and asked to leave some soldiers to guard the castle to prevent some shameless bandits from launching a surprise attack. For example, someone who promises to cooperate with us but has his own plan, just like you. Since you said so. So, you only have about 20 people now, right? If I kill you, I can get the rest of the reward. Don't fly a kite. It's not funny at all. No one but a fool would carry appointment documents with them. What a madman. He really dares kill me. You're lucky tonight, Mr. William. You don't have to die here. As for those people, we just need to harass them constantly until they are mentally exhausted, and then launch the final attack when we're sure we can kill them all. That's exactly what I want. Kent's musketeers are not a big threat, but his knights are tough. I hope this madman can be killed by them. Wish you complete the task soon, Mr. Zack. We are leaving. Hee hee. I will. There's a fork. Wait for command. Ashbel, which road should we take? Let's go in the direction of Gaminia. Got it. It's too extravagant and wasteful to stick this notice written with ultramarine on the notice board in the countryside. If I can get the news of Yilin and the others, it's worth it. This notice looks a bit small. Don't worry. The blue words will attract much attention. A moment later, what a beautiful color. It reminds me of the Virgin Mary. Wait. A reward of 50 gold coins. That's a large amount of money. If I can find the people on the notice, my family can live a good life for the next few years. I'll go to the nearby villages to inquire about it. Swoosh. This is so wasteful. I can't believe someone wrote a notice with ultramarine. It defiled this sacred pigment. Wait. Lord Kent of Mozo City. I'll go to Mozo City first. Swoosh. Meanwhile aim. Shoot. Bang bang. Ha ha ha. We beat them back. Come again when you get more courage, cowards. When they saw us, they thought they could make a fortune from us and rushed toward us. However, when they realized they couldn't defeat us, they ran away without hesitation. Are they that stupid? Is it really that simple? Bang bang bang. Clank. Clank. Russell is at the 5th raid today. Are they not gonna stop? It's the 6th raid. Sorry, Lord Kent. We only killed a few of them. The others escaped. Don't they need to rest? It's been 3 days. They attacked us every day. Maybe they don't. We don't have much tea, and we can only take this road. Although there are many paths, we still have to return to the main road. They may ambush us on the road we must take. We should take the initiative, find where they hide, and kill them all. Them. Are those bandits Dumbledore's men? Sort of. Don't worry. Dumbledore would never attack us openly. If he needs manpower, he would secretly recruit some people or cooperate with others. This is good news. Good news. What do you mean? If they had enough manpower, or if they thought they could kill us quietly, they would not have adopted the guerrilla tactics to consume our strength but would have killed us all in one go. Simply put, they are not a threat to us now. Can we chase after them? It shouldn't be difficult for you cavalry to catch up with those bandits, right? If we could beat them hard, they wouldn't try to attack us again, right? Web novel. We don't know how many people they have. But it must be more than the people we saw. If we attack them rashly, we may fall into the trap they made in advance. If they keep running away, we can't head them off all with the people we have now. We don't have that much time to pursue them. So annoying. It must be hard for you to complete the previous tasks. The previous tasks were not as dangerous as this one. This one is different. Dumbledore is making trouble for us under the name of the royal family. We had no choice. Keep it up for another 2 days. When we arrive at Hellowell, things will get better. I had asked Fred to recruit soldiers and knights there before we left. But we need to pass through Ratner Forest before that. Those bandits may launch a final attack there. After all, there are many trees in the forest, which limits cavalrymen's mobility and weakens our ability to resist enemies. I remember there's a village in front of Hellowell. Cheen Tian, you may get off there. You're not going back on your word, are you? You want to leave me there, so you don't have to pay me, right? I won't do that. If we can't defeat them, I will ask everyone to abandon the supplies and run away. I may run faster than any of you in that case. I hope you won't get mad at me. If you get left behind, don't blame us for not saving you. Ratner Forest, the largest forest in the southeast of the Holy Poet Kingdom. My men returned safely. They have to work at night. So knackering. What do you mean? You didn't do anything but stay here during this period. Captain William, could you please ask your men to keep the night watch? I need to sleep for a while. Why don't you ask your men to do it? My soldiers have been monitoring the convoy these days. B.Starred, I'll kill you sooner or later. The enemies are very likely to launch an attack tonight. Everyone, be vigilant. Don't slack off. Divide your knights into 2 teams, with Jellian leading the way and the others bringing up the rear. Tell them to move forward as fast as possible. Unless something unexpected happens, we will be attacked, and there may be traps along the way. So, tell your people to get prepared. In addition, remember one thing. Our task tomorrow is to protect the goods on the carriages. Defense is the most important. If those bandits retreat, don't pursue them. Uncle Jellian, if you and your soldiers encounter any danger, you must keep yourselves safe. Once your safety is threatened, I allow you to escape. We are your shield and your sword. We pledge to defend your life and dignity to the death. The next day let's go. We must ensure your safety in any case. I got it. Guys, keep up. At the current speed of the convoy, we only need 3 hours to cross this forest. Bang bang bang. Enemy attack. Shocked enemy attack. Kill them all. Ha, kill Kent first. Others, burn their supplies. Damn it. They are too close to us. We have no time to reload our guns. Fight them. Thud. Thud, they finally showed up. Ha. They're right ahead. Go. Go. Protect the Baron. Humph. Just a few nights. Swoosh, do they think I can't beat them? Kill them all. Watch out. Whoosh, disperse. Get off your horses. Whoosh. I can't get out of this. Danny, let's charge. Ha, he's too strong. Hold him down for me. None of you can stop me. Whoosh. Whoosh. Everyone, retreat. Abandon the supplies. Whoosh, ha ha ha. You wanna escape? No way. Whoosh. Watch out. Clank X, I'm your opponent. Go to hell. Bang. Swoosh. Swoosh. Damn it. Again. Swoosh so fast. It's too fast. Clank, don't you think you're so enthusiastic? But I'm not interested in men. Swoosh faster. Swoosh. It was so close. Faster. Swoosh. Let me help you. What do you want to do? Gossen is buying us time. Take this opportunity and leave. With your sword skills, you will only disrupt Gossen's fight and hinder him. All you should do is organize others to retreat. I see. Qin Tian. Well. Are you tired now? This isn't man enough. Swoosh, I still have the strength to kill you. You are much stronger than that loser William. Clank, but jackals are always the food of tigers. I have to say that you almost killed me. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, you'll die here. When did he? Swoosh. Clank. Are you okay? I'm fine. I can still fight. Sorry for being late. Perhaps it's because I haven't lived such a leisurely life for too long that I let down my guard. I should have joined the battle earlier. This is not fun at all. Your sudden intervention is not what a gentleman should do. It's not the proper etiquette for a gentleman. By the way, do you know who he is, Gossen? He's Zack, the leader of the bandits in Dumbledore's territory. According to intelligence, he has slaughtered 3 villages. Good. Then I won't feel guilty after I kill him and use his dead body as fertilizer for these trees. You are Zack, right? Did you say I'm not a gentleman? You were right. I'm not. This is not what I was expecting. People who don't behave like a gentleman are too difficult to deal with. I've made a bad deal. The intelligence I got didn't mention you. I should ask for more money after killing you too. Is that your last word? You know what? When I was in the wilderness, I hunted many fierce beasts, as well as some small animals, such as wild cats. In my eyes, you are just an angry wild cat. You look intimidating, but you're just pretending and trying to scare the hunter away. Deep inside, you're scared as hell. Damn it. You are taking the fun out of this. You just saw through me. This damn monster is too strong. There's no way I can defeat him. I can only. Stupid William. Damn Dumbledore. How could you make me face such a monster? Swoosh, fortunately, I never act like a gentleman. Swoosh. You sons of B.cheese have been disturbing my sleep these days. When did he catch up? Punch. Ah. Come on. Keep running if you can. I haven't slept for several days because of you. I finally got you. Wait, William. William is here. He's behind all this. Even if you kill me, he will ask someone else to attack you. If you hurry up, you can still catch him. Kent, what's wrong? Dear Lord. Gossen. A Valkyrie. That's a Valkyrie. Look. There. Swoosh. 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 The strength. Pant is. Is that Nick? Pant. I didn't know Qin Tian's wife could fight. By the way, where's Qin Tian? He's chasing after the enemy. What are you waiting for? Go help them. We can win. That's right. Let's fight them together. Come on. We can't beat them. We should run. Retreat. Useless fools. What is Zack doing? That damned B.starred. He disappeared at this critical moment. Forget it. Leave them alone. Prepare for Plan B. Swoosh swoosh. Boom CRP. Boom fire. The carriages are on fire. Stop chasing them. Let's put out the fire. Remove the gunpowder and guns from the carriages first. Damn it. Blaze, there are shells and gunpowder inside the carriages. Once ignited. Step. Swoosh. Whoosh. Unload all the boxes. Good job. Stop stroking my head. 13 people died, including 2 knights, Rondo and Gionia. If I had sold my land to Dumbledore. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want the residents of Mozo City to live like slaves? Do you want them to starve to death? We can't complete the task on time, right? It only takes half a day to get to Hellowell by riding horses. But it's too late to buy new carriages. Chin Tian, you said you have a way to help me beat Dumbledore, right? Are you sure you want to do that? We still have a chance to complete this task. Really? I remember you were a captain and a navigator when you were on the ship, right? The front line is in the north. During this season, northwest wind sweeps across this place. Do you want to take a ship? Although the ship moves fast with a favorable wind, it will take a lot of time to transport the goods from here to the port. We don't have enough time to do that. And as I mentioned before, there are pirates on the sea. I'm gonna fly there. Fly. Chin Tian, are you too tired or something? You haven't heard of hot air balloons, have you? Scratch scratch, can this thing take us to the air? If so, imagine how much it will be worth. Russell Mongatoon, we don't have materials or tools to make a hot air balloon. We must hurry to the nearest town, which is Harrowile. Zack, he must be dead by now, right? He's probably stiff by now. I didn't expect you and Nick to be warriors, and so skilled. Natul, we've always been carrying weapons, right? To be honest, I always thought those were for dissecting animal corpses. Here we are. Mongatoon, there are our guild's industries here. Let's go straight there. Welcome, how can I help you? Manga, the name of this store was my idea, not bad, right? I apologize for not being prepared to welcome you. According to the plan, weren't you supposed to arrive in the early afternoon? It's fine. Chin Tian, this is Aunt Noma, the manager of the branch. This must be Vice President Chin Tian. I've heard your name a long time ago. Time is pressing, Aunt Noma. How much fabric is there in the store? There are still about 30 yards left. We need at least 100 yards, the more the better. 100 yards. 1 yard is approximately equal to 1 meter. 30 yards may seem like a lot, but it's not enough to make a hot air balloon. Aunt Noma, you're more familiar with this place. I'll trouble you to buy as much fabric as possible, no matter the price, but make sure the quality is good, and do it quickly. Understood. I'll send people out now. However, with such a large quantity, it will take some time to prepare. Rest assured, during the remaining time, riding a horse for half a day is more tiring than sitting in a car for several days. In general, a hot air balloon is divided into 3 parts. Which is the balloon itself, made of fabric. The burner, which heats the air inside the envelope, creating upward lift. The basket, carrying cargo and passengers. The basket, the third part, is the simplest, just a wooden frame, without any difficulty. Mongatoon, making the envelope, the first part, is a bit troublesome. It requires a tailor to sew the fabric into a spherical shape and ensure the seams are tight. The burner, the second part, is the most crucial. Modern hot air balloons mainly use propane or natural gas as fuel, but we can't get any of that now. Manga, this is a simplified version of a rocket stove. Two iron pipes, one large and one small, with a difference in radius of 1 centimeter, can be nested inside each other. When this structure is in operation, the heated air expands and rises, creating a vacuum suction below the stove, as if someone continuously blows air into the device, making the flame burn stronger. Manga 2. At the point where the oxygen is depleted at the top, it will again intake air, allowing the heat released by the burning fuel to be fully utilized by the gas that can be burned again, which is known as secondary combustion. Young master, I have already contacted someone to purchase the fabric, and if there are no unforeseen circumstances, it will be delivered to the warehouse before this afternoon. Thank you. Aunt, I need you to run one more errand. Help me find as many tailors and blacksmiths as possible. We need to make the things on top. There should be plenty of whale oil left in the warehouse, so it shouldn't be difficult to collect the remaining parts. Do we have any specific requirements for these tailors and blacksmiths? The more skilled, the better. We can increase the reward appropriately. The most important thing is to be able to recruit them. I wonder if we can gather all these supplies quickly. Manga 2. Don't worry. It will be done. I considered this when designing last night. The most difficult parts, the balloon and the burner, have been disassembled into several components, which can be produced simultaneously by different workshops. Once completed, they can be assembled together, saving a lot of time. Manga 2. These supplies are all produced by the renowned workshops of Harawile. The samples produced have met the standards. Here is the final batch of finished products. Not bad, well done. Young Master Kate, these are the knights and rangers I recruited in recent days. They will escort you back. We can hire knights. The knights belonging to the nobility, of course, do not accept employment, but these people are mercenaries. Equipped with their own gear, self-proclaimed knights, as long as we can afford gold coins, they will risk their lives for us unconditionally. Mangato. Young Master Kate, be careful on the way. We only have 4 days left. Those balloons. Can they get us to our destination in 4 days? Manga will do our best. Even if we don't make it in time, that's how it will be. Young Master Kate, you're back. Yes, start unloading the goods and hurry up. Bring a few more people over here. Push hard. Although the hot air balloon looks big, its carrying capacity is not much, equivalent to the product of internal volume, the difference between internal temperature and atmospheric temperature, and the atmospheric density. Of course, the actual carrying capacity has a considerable deviation. The hot air balloon I designed has a diameter of 20 meters, and it's best not to exceed 1,000 caddies of cargo under safe conditions. After subtracting the passengers and the weight of the fuel itself, there isn't much that can be carried. Therefore, it's safer to make 10 hot air balloons. It is too big. Can such a big thing really fly once it's ignited? Just ignite it. I thought there would be wings or something. Lord Sorcerer, if you say you can, then you definitely can. How high can it fly? It looks a bit dangerous. It can definitely, but how high it can go? That's hard to say. It's also indeed a bit dangerous. Anga Tune. Modern hot air balloons are usually made of reinforced nylon or polyester materials, and then coated with a film to ensure airtightness. But whether it's reinforced nylon or polyester, they're not available now, so we can only use cloth as a substitute, but as long as there's enough heat, it can still soar. Mod USU. Simply put, it's like this. Is this a small hot air balloon? Kind of. You've been curious about the principle of hot air balloons, right? You'll find out soon. Some whoosh, I'm flying. It's unbelievable. If we ride on this, can we go meet God? Sorry, but we can't send you to meet God with this thing, and I don't think you want to meet God either. Master Kate, please be quiet, thank you. I just think that God will bless us. Manga talk. This is the most important thing about a hot air balloon. Everyone needs to have one. What's inside? This thing is called a parachute. If anything unexpected happens, remember to strap this parachute to your back and then, without hesitation, jump off the hot air balloon. This thing can save your life in midair. Jumping from the air. Shocked Mangatoon, we will definitely die, won't we? You must be kidding, right? I will never jump with it on my back. Relax, this is just a contingency plan. In fact, we are more likely to use this than a parachute. What is this? It's also the only communication tool we have in the air. Wow. This is amazing, Chin Tian. I can hear your voice clearly. And you hear me. No problem at all. Communication in the air is also resolved, now it's time to prepare for takeoff. Increase the wind power here. That's right. Whoosh whoosh. Alright, all preparations are done. There's only one thing left. Flaming. Wow, we're flying. It's amazing. Not enough. Keep the air blower running, don't stop. I can actually fly. Ha ha ha, I can fly. Be careful, don't flip over. Hurry up and get on. Prepare to ascend. Mangato. Wow, is this what flying feels like? Be careful, high-altitude air currents are no joke. Stay steady. Did you hear that? Come back to. Whoosh clap hey. My head. I told you to stand properly early on. Are you afraid of heights? Mangato huh, no way. The knights, come with the next town at the fastest speed. The rest of you, head to the nearest town to rest. Angatun. Young Master Kate will arrive early, I must hurry to catch up. Chin Tian. Truly a remarkable man. Whoosh is this. Heaven. What a beautiful view. Whoosh. There, do you see it? Birds, there are birds below us. We are really flying. Can you hear me, Kate? Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. I apologize, I got lost in the surrounding scenery. The wind direction varies with the altitudes. Remember to always pay attention to the wind direction. According to the compass, the hot air balloon is currently drifting towards the front line. However, this is temporary as the wind direction is likely to change, and extreme weather conditions like rain may occur. When we return, Kate can detect the arrival of a storm without any warning signs. This proves that he is an excellent sailor, able to anticipate changes in weather and make corresponding strategies. He is now the alarm system for this hot air balloon team, and his role is crucial. I wonder if the equipment we have on the boat here in the ocean will be useful. But we have to give it a try, no matter what. Sum whoosh. Whoosh sum, feel the flow of the wind. Normally speaking, the wind direction will not change for a long time. Stay vigilant at all times. How long will it take us to reach the front line? I don't know. You just told me that you don't know. I can only be certain that the hot air balloon speed is definitely several times faster than that of a carriage, and the arrival time at the front line will be shorter. However, I can't guarantee that it will arrive on time. After all, the weather can change at any moment. Well, even without the hot air balloon, we wouldn't be able to arrive at the front line on time. At least now we still have a glimmer of hope. If the weather cooperates, we will arrive on time. There's even a high probability of arriving early. I hope so. We can only pray and hope for God's blessings. Skatoon. The wind direction has been confirmed, and with Kate's warning, there shouldn't be any major surprises. Although I have been on a plane and seen the scenery from the clouds, it feels completely different now. Ding. Host creates a hot air balloon and earns 5,000 points. Creation successful. The system is back online again. It's been almost 2 years since I last heard that notification sound since creating nitroglycerin on the Daybreak. I thought the system was broken. Although we may not need it now, having these points really gives a sense of security for some reason. Points. 6,000, just 6,000 points. We still need at least 4,000 more points to exchange for talents. We can no longer see the ground. In that case, Lady Witch and the others won't be able to see us. We will find them. Chin Tian, the fuel for the hot air balloon is running low. Drifting with the wind, time passes by slowly, and the fuel tank of the hot air balloon is gradually depleting. Whoosh! Due to the consideration of cargo capacity, the hot air balloon carries only a limited amount of fuel, which is enough for a 2-hour flight at most. Clack! When Ashbear reminded them that the fuel in the balloon was only a quarter left, Qin Tian gave the order to descend. Manget. As the flames in the burner died down, the hot air balloon slowly descended from the clouds, allowing Qin Tian and the others to see the ground once again. Whoosh whoosh. Fortunately, the hot air balloon landed near a town, giving Qin Tian and the others a chance to resupply. However, if we have to mention luck, Qin Tian had already anticipated it long ago. In Qin Tian's opinion, the coverage of urban and rural areas in the sacred West Kingdom is the foundation for the hot air balloon's operation. After all, even if the balloon can fly, it is impossible to reach the destination within just 2 hours. Without a way to replenish resources, Qin Tian wouldn't waste time on it either. Manget, but replenishing the fuel also requires a considerable amount of time. By the time Qin Tian and the others are ready with the fuel, it's already in the afternoon. Based on this time calculation, Qin Tian and the others can only fly 2 trips at most in a day. However, the hot air balloon is too unpredictable. On the first day, Qin Tian and the others successfully completed 2 ascents and descents. But on the second day, the weather suddenly changed, and it rained for half a day, causing a delay. On the third day, the hot air balloon uncontrollably landed in a forest, which took them a lot of time to get it down from the trees. Fortunately, the hot air balloon is fast enough. Even though various unexpected incidents occurred along the way, Qin Tian and the others arrived near the front line on the last day without any issues. Hurry up, let's move quickly. Russell, now is not the time to rest, everyone, hold on a little longer. Hey, did you guys see an angel? Anga 2, this speed is really fast. It's a good thing we have already packed everything, or else we might not be able to leave. I'm sorry, we didn't. It seems like it's not here. What's that? The angel has arrived. Manga Toon, the villagers from that village have indeed followed us. Could it be that we saw it wrong? Let's try looking somewhere else. Swish, when do we leave? Although we are not far from Wolfie City, we still need to go to a nearby town to find vehicles and transport the supplies into the city. Why bother going to look? Don't we have a vehicle right in front of us? Manget, people who come here are all here to search for a hot air balloon. It won't be long before many people leave because they can't find it. As long as we pay the corresponding fee, we can hire a car. Wolfie City, a city built because of war. Mongatoon, it is the rear of the entire front-line army, all made of giant stones. Even cannons find it hard to blast through. Wolfie City is close to the front line, right? It's surprisingly prosperous. Aren't you worried about being affected by the war? Mongatoon, it takes 2 days and nights to travel from Wolfie City to the front line, even on horseback, so there's no need to worry about being affected by the war. And as I mentioned before, the 2 countries are mostly in a ceasefire. That's why Wolfie City and the surrounding towns can develop in peace. I heard that Wolfie City wasn't this big when it was established. It started expanding after attracting many business guilds to settle here because of its special geographical location. It took hundreds of years of development to reach its current size. Move. Move. Don't block the way. Mankatoon, swish. Nangatoon, I envy it. If only I could become a noble, I wouldn't have to wait in line. I wonder what rank of title can receive such treatment. Kate is also a noble, but she's still waiting in line here. Apparently, she hasn't qualified enough to enter the city yet. At least it's an earl. Just wait in line patiently. All carriages, don't stay here, leave quickly. Hurry up. Come over here and register. Today is the last day. Roger, Kate, haven't they arrived yet? Viscount Dumbledore. This is a task given by the royal family. If it can't be completed on time, there will be consequences. Don't blame me for taking action. Hit. This is unbelievable. Even in such cold weather, there are still flies bothering us. Manga flies. Where are the flies? Buzzing around like they've found shit. Maybe I smell bad. Damn Roger, he was calling me a fly. Shocked, don't get angry. If I get angry, I'll be admitting that I'm a fly too. And I love eating shit. Roger, don't forget. Igatun, this is a task given by the royal family. If the supplies don't arrive here within the specified time, I hope you can bear the consequences. Lord Viscount, don't worry. Thanks to you, we have arrived. Manga Tune. Sorry to keep you waiting, Uncle Roger. Russell. Have an accident. We were ambushed, but fortunately, the supplies have all been delivered. This can't be true. I clearly saw their carriage burn to ashes. Then please explain to me, how were they able to arrive here on time? Mangatoon empty. They must have used empty boxes to trick us after arriving on horseback. Yes, you are right. It takes a day to travel from forest to the nearest town, and their back and forth journey wasted 2 days. If they had goods with them, they couldn't have arrived in City Wolfie in such a short time. I am curious about how the expression on Mr. Zidon's face will look when he sees the empty boxes. That will definitely be interesting. Just write it down accordingly. Open all the boxes and inspect. The show is about to begin. Swish, why did Manager Zidon only glance at them and then look away? Lord Dumbledore, you don't look too good. I understand, you are worried that Kate cannot deliver the supplies on time. Dojiga Toon, but please rest assured, we have successfully brought the supplies here. Shocked, this is impossible, it's definitely impossible. Blow, it looks like Lord Dumbledore can finally breathe a sigh of relief after seeing us successfully complete the mission. Oshbear's words are really the ultimate sarcasm. It's over, everything is over. The mission has failed, and we will all die. Natoon, cheer up, we still have the bracelet. We can present it to the Lord. The bracelet. Yes, yes, yes. The bracelet. That bracelet can surely save us from the Lord's wrath. Lord Dumbledore, please remember that you are a noble. Your appearance right now is inappropriate. Also, please leave and do not disturb the order here. Sorry, we will leave immediately. It looks like this old man's identity is very noble. Even Lord Dumbledore, who is a viscount, is so respectful. Okay, you guys go ahead and move the goods in. Just sign here and you can leave. Also, in 2 days, it will be Duke DeQuille's birthday party. All the gentlemen are invited. If you have time, please come. It's my pleasure. Who is DeQuille? The owner of this city, one of the 27 dukes of the kingdom, a member of the royal family. Damn it, I have to spend money to buy a gift again. Just don't go then. But we still need to prepare a gift. After all, it's an invitation from a duke. Come on, there's so much food and wine at the banquet, why not go? I think you just want to break even. Are we out of money? The cost of building the hot air balloon has far exceeded this month's expenses. Of course, if you choose to advance next month's salary, I can arrange a mansion for you. Stay at an inn. That seems interesting. Lord Sorcerer, I smell a strong scent of alcohol. Boss, a few clean rooms and some wine for us. DeQuille's birthday party is in 2 days, during which time Chin Tian and the others will temporarily reside here. They were busy with buying dresses for the banquet and preparing gifts. Roger, who hates parties, led a group of sailors and left City Wolfie ahead of everyone else. 2 days is short, and soon it was the night of DeQuille's party. A big city indeed, using candles to illuminate during the night, this is a huge expense. And this can only be seen in autumn and winter. As for spring wreaths are in summer, streets are completely dark at night. By the way, are we leaving too late? The party starts at dawn, we don't have to worry about being late. Most people usually choose to depart at this time. Sims. Dawn. This is a fortress, not a castle at all. When the outer city is breached, this will be the last defense for the city residents, which is why there are so many soldiers stationed here. With the size of this castle, it can actually accommodate the entire population of Wolfie City. We arrived just in time. It looks like the banquet is about to start. Remember not to eat too much bread. The sausage made with sheep bladder tastes good. Manget, and it's also quite expensive. If we eat more, we might as well get our money's worth. Natu. As I said before, let's go eat something first. Suit yourself. Mangatu, it's not a bad idea to fill our stomachs with some food first. By the way, what's on the second floor? Mangatu, only those with the title of Earl and above can go upstairs, but ladies first, with no title requirements. Is there a big shot here? Russell, I think so, but I can't see. They're too short. I heard a beautiful lady arrived. Let's go take a look. So beautiful. Angatun man, maybe if we go back and call Chin Tian now, we can still make it. Her female bodyguard behind her is extraordinary. Lord, do you know who that beautiful lady is? We also want to know. Indeed. She gives me a very strange feeling. That young lady should be Viscountess Yilin. The newly appointed Viscountess. Looks like she was invited after all. I think the young lady in front of me is the legendary female Viscountess, Ms. Yilin. If you don't mind, may I sit here? Marinskatun, who you are? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Marquis Shadak. It's an honor to meet you. Nice to meet you, Toon. Is there something you need from me? Excuse me for asking. Would it be possible for me to take up some of your time, ma'am, to discuss our cooperation? Cooperation. Chin Tian, you should have joined us earlier. She was the most gorgeous woman I've ever seen. Is that so? She's so beautiful. I really wish I could talk to her. Please don't misunderstand. I just want to work with her. I just inquired, and heard that the Dawn Chamber of Commerce she founded is incredibly large in scale. Within a year, it became famous among major aristocrats, and with this opportunity, she transformed from a commoner to a viscountess. Oshbear, what did you just say? The Dawn Chamber of Commerce. What's the name of that viscountess? Her name is Yilin. Sorcerer. Angatun Chin Tian. Shadak, the first marquis under the heard of this duke. I've heard of this person a long time ago. As the tension between the two countries grows, Shadak is expanding his army madly, which is also causing him financial crisis. Recently, he's been acquiring a number of business associations for an unreasonable price. I never expected that he would target us. The Dawn Chamber of Commerce is our strongest reliance and backing force to find Chin Tian. No one is allowed to have any thoughts of prying, even if it means offending a marquis. I'm sorry, for certain reasons. I cannot work with you. Mangato, you don't need to answer immediately. The agreement above may be somewhat unfair for you. But I believe that Ms. Yi will not refuse the terms I am about to propose. Have you been looking for someone all this time? If we can cooperate, I can help you find that person. Full assistance. That's impossible. We're in preparation for war, so I can't use all of my strength to help you find that person. However, with my abilities, as long as the person is in the Holy West Kingdom, even if only a small number of people are sent, it's enough to find him. Not Toon, but if we don't cooperate. Are you threatening us? Although, according to the agreement, I collect most of the chamber's income, I can bring greater benefits to the chamber in the long run with my name. I just hope you can help me find that person. If you find him before me, I don't mind giving the whole chamber to you directly. It seems that that person is definitely very important to Ms. Yi. As a partner, that person is also very important to me, and I will do my best to find him as soon as possible. As long as you can find him, I can also. Shocked Mongatoon. Whoosh whoosh. Chin Tian. It's really you. Flap, you're not dreaming. I miss you so much. I never thought Chin Tian would be looking for Lady Yilin. Maybe we can try to negotiate our cooperation with the Daybreak. Lady Yilin, who is this? I'm sorry, Marquis Shadok. Mongatoon, regarding our cooperation, I need to think it over. It's such an important matter, it should be considered carefully. In that case, I will leave you two alone. Atun. Russell. Duke de Quill. Uncle de Quill. It's Ilya, you have grown tall. Duke de Quill. Nick, what's wrong with you? It's a smell. The smell. The unique smell on Shadok. Perfume. Doesn't seem like it. Where have you been during this time? Mongatoon, I've been with Nick. This is a narwhal tusk I brought from Notre Dame, I hope it will protect you always. I heard you really like precious stones, I wonder if you'll like this green one. I remember you said last time that you wanted a pearl to make a necklace, so I think this black pearl would suit you. Is he Kate? Yeah. Without them, Nick and I wouldn't have come here, and we wouldn't have met you. Very honored to be here and personally extend my congratulations to you. Natoon. Who is this man? Using a piece of wood as a gift. This is a humiliation to Duke de Quill. Baron Kate, what do you mean? Using a piece of wood like this as a gift for Duke de Quill. Are you not taking the Duke's banquet seriously? Chin Tian, he. Mongatoon, don't worry, just watch. I had anticipated this coming and had a preemptive talk with Kate. Of course this is not, it's something our trading company accidentally fished out from the sea. At first, I also thought of it as a piece of broken wood, but later on, I realized that through it, I can see an infinite number of flowers. So I call it a kaleidoscope. I think this is something dropped by the plant god Adonis, and only the Duke is worthy of owning it. 10,000 kinds of flowers. He must have gone crazy to say such a thing. Mongatoon, Kate. Are you joking with Duke de Quill? Using a piece of wood as a gift and still speaking in this grandiose way is a shame for a noble. Duke, please give it a try. I swear in the name of God, if I tell a single lie, I will surely go to hell after death. Mongatoon, a kaleidoscope. For God's sake, I'll give it a try. Please start from the smallest end and look inside. And while looking at it, Mongatoon turning the lens, the other end of the kaleidoscope. Russell, she's gorgeous. I've never seen such a kaleidoscopic view. Beautiful Mongatoon. I apologize for my rudeness earlier, Baron Kate. Please don't say that. Baron Kate has made a significant contribution, and is hereby promoted to Viscount. From today onwards, you are Viscount Kate. Thank you for the reward, Duke. Manga. Let the banquet continue. Viscount Kate, come here, let's go together. Yilin, what did you bring? You would never guess. It's a soap. This is a gift. This soap. Is it special? Just an ordinary soap, made using the method taught by you. Don't underestimate this soap. You'll see later. Who is this person? Marquis Shadok. He has a prominent status. It could be troublesome if we offend him in the future. This is so beautiful. That bracelet. It has the exact same pattern as the Wufang ring. Half a year ago, a fisherman found an identical bracelet from a sunken ship on my fiefdom. But that bracelet was full of cracks, and no matter what method I used, it showed no reaction. The same bracelet. Yes, but the Wufang ring is broken. It's broken. It's just broken. It's not a big deal. At least we still have clues from the laboratory. But how did the Wufang ring break? Its material is not ordinary. Actually, I am not sure what exactly happened. When daybreak arrived in the sacred West Kingdom, the Wufang ring activated without anyone touching it. Afterward, I put it away, but no matter how I touched it, there was no response, so I thought it must be broken. So you're saying the energy inside it ran out? Manga tune, but Yu Jingfeng said the energy in the Wufang ring could last for 100 years, how could? Manga 2. This is a new soap launched by our guild. Compared to the previous soap, it has the additional effect of leaving a fragrance on the body. Soaps are precious in the Sacred West Kingdom. When Jessica first arrived in the Sacred West Kingdom, she went to the library to study the history of this country. Igato Natun. She found that the history of this country was not complete. The descriptions in the history books were vague, as if this country suddenly appeared without any source. Then, Jessica discovered that the cultural level of this country should be similar to Europe during the Age of Discovery. Many customs and habits are similar to that period in Europe. Therefore, Jessica boldly speculated that this country, like the Maya kingdom, had its original inhabitants brought from a different era into this world. I remember that during that period, European nobility paid little attention to personal hygiene. So, you are targeting this huge potential market. However, they might not easily change this habit. As far as I know, this situation has lasted for decades in Europe. On top, just advertise it, like at various banquets. Promote it. Jessica is very good at this. After advertising for a while, the nobility became loyal fans of these toiletries. Currently, soap is one of the main businesses of Daybreak. Well done. Hihiana. Swish douchebag. You seem to be doing well now. Let's go. Let's go back first. No, I'm too tired. We won't finish talking until dawn. Then let's talk about it tomorrow, and get a good sleep first. Russell, everyone has been looking for you these past 2 years. They must be thrilled now that you're back. Is everyone okay? Mang Noon. We're all fine, just really worried about you. How did you all end up here? After we contacted you and Nick through the ring and confirmed you were safe, we started searching for your whereabouts in the nearby seas. Initially, we thought you might have been washed ashore in a buffer zone by the currents. So we followed the currents and arrived at the Sacred West Kingdom, where we started inquiring about your whereabouts in the cities along the way. Later, I searched for you in the Sacred West Kingdom, while Jessica was responsible for searching at sea. To find your whereabouts and support the expenses of our people, in the end, with the little remaining funds, we purchased an estate and established the Daybreak Association. What about the Viscount? Our esteemed Viscount Yilin. It was Jessic's suggestion. The sale of soap brought immense profits to the Daybreak Association, but it also attracted greedy nobles. To resist their covetousness, upon Jessica's suggestion, we spent a large sum of money to acquire the title of a Viscount and the associated territory. However, being a noble also comes with corresponding responsibilities, so that is why I came here this time. You've all worked hard these past 2 years. You're the one who has. The gift you gave is really nice. I'm honored that you like it. But I still want to know, how could you fail to handle a mere baron? That was a complete accident. At that time, I had already set their carriage on fire. I don't want to hear about your failed attempts, I only care about the results. Please, give me another chance. 1 month. Within a month, I will definitely get rid of Kate. Viscount Dumbledore, you don't need to be so nervous, I believe in your abilities. However, even if you're an outstanding knight, without weapons and a warhorse, you're just an ordinary soldier. I will send a knight order to assist you. I want to hear news of Kate's death within a week. Or news of your death. Rest assured, I will definitely accomplish the mission this time even if I have to risk my life. Bang. I will kill them. It seems like there's something you want to tell me. Master, I can't understand why you would give this waste another chance and even send the knight order to deal with that little baron. Do you think it's unnecessary? A baron doesn't really need a knightly order to deal with, but now that he has been promoted to a viscount and caught the attention of DeQuil. Although we don't know what that gift is, since it can make DeQuil interested, it's definitely not ordinary. As for why we have to give Dumbledore a chance, the reason is simple. We cannot reveal ourselves yet, we need to rely on other people's identities, so this time you need to disguise yourselves as someone else. What about the Daybreak Association? How do you plan to handle it? Leave it for now, we'll discuss it once we find the right manpower. No rush. Prey caught in a cage can't escape. Iceland. You're in Iceland. I'm sorry, I should have gone there earlier. Why do you say that? After arriving in the Holy West Kingdom, we have already prepared a search plan. Among the many islands, including the known Iceland, it was just ranked last because it's too far from the Holy West Kingdom. If we had prioritized it earlier, maybe we would have. I thought I would never see you again. Russell, thank you for always looking for me. The next morning. You must be Viscount Yulin, just as beautiful as rumored. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking care of Qin Tian during this time. Gat. It's been an honor to get to know you during this time. You're leaving the Merchants Guild, right? And thank you for always taking care of us, otherwise we would have sunk to the bottom of the sea by now. Oh, by the way, here's your kaleidoscope. Kate has been promoted to a Viscount. It's a pity, it's just a title and there's no substantial reward. There is. After the banquet, Duke de Quille had someone send us a box of gold. Crack. Kate, as long as you keep accumulating strength, everything will be fine. But de Quille brought such a large sum of money. Is it to support Kate and confront Dumbledore? All of these are for you. Consider it as a loan from us. This amount of money shouldn't mean much to you right now. Of course, we will pay you back with interest. You know, we really need this money right now. This chest of gold should belong to you all. But Kate obtained this chest of gold because of your kaleidoscope. Then. Let's write an IOU. With interest added, this should be a substantial income. Ashbear loves money, but he is principled in acquiring it. This strong woman would definitely never accept a gift. I didn't expect to exchange such a large chest of gold with just a dozen coins. The return on investment is truly remarkable. After all, the kaleidoscope is really amazing. Among all the gifts at the banquet, perhaps only Shadok's bracelet can compare. But I feel like I've seen that bracelet somewhere before the banquet. Are you sure it's the bracelet that Shadok gave away? Where did you see it? Not just a feeling, you did see it. In Dumbledore's office. He seemed to have obtained it from a tomb, and it seems that the tomb is still on the edge of our territory. Damn it, why is it on the outskirts? If it were in our territory, then the bracelet would be mine. With the Wufang ring damaged and no clear direction, any clue related to the laboratory is extremely important. They are able to dig up the same thing. Perhaps that tomb is actually a laboratory. Qin Tian. I understand your concerns. The tomb is on Dumbledore's territory, so it won't be easy to investigate. And there's also a sunken ship in your territory. Explore that first before making plans. Well then, goodbye for now. Remember to come back and visit us. Don't forget your gold. Is Jessica not in the territory? Jessica took the Daybreak a month ago to search for you and Nick on Nazar Island. We agreed that if we couldn't find any clues within a week, we would return. That means Jessica can come back in 2 weeks. Has she encountered any danger in the past? Every time Jessica leaves, she takes Kata with her, so there's no need to worry about any danger. Screech. Bohama, stop the car. What's going on? Douchebag issued a warning. Did you say? Kate and the others are being followed. By so many people. And weapons too. Russell. Uncle Grain, you've really been working hard. You come all the way here and haven't rested much, just to escort us back. Russell, a knight's duty is to protect their lord. Russell. And there must be a reason you're in such a hurry to return. Russell, Uncle Grain, we can't let our guard down. The journey probably won't be peaceful. Kate, don't worry. The knights will protect your safety with their lives. But if we use that Hot air balloon, wouldn't it be faster? The current monsoon winds are still blowing from the southeast, opposite to our return direction. But I think a hot air balloon is a great mode of transportation. The knights should learn how to use it. We're willing to try anything for Lady Kate. We're definitely not trying to fly. Rumble. Rumble, speed up the convoy. Stay away. Forget it, we can't create enough distance. Knights, protect the Baron. Musketeers, get ready. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Oshbear, drop the gold. They might be onto us. They're after Kate. Manga. Then I'll lead them away. Grain, gather all the knights and lead Kate away with you. Bang talk. Swish. Boom. Kate. Kate, are you okay? I'm fine. Oshbear, how about you? No time for chit-chat, hurry up and get out first. Give me your hand. You go up first. Gosen, watch your back. It's too late. Swoosh. What's going on? It's Nick. Chin Tian, they're back. Whoosh whoosh, but there are too many enemies, even with them. Sim swish. Boom boom boom. Swish. Strength exerts like a cow. Thunder speed. Shocked he is able to accomplish this alone. Truly amazing. Uncle Grain, go help Chin Tian and the others. Run fast. That guy isn't human. He's a devil. Scatter and run. Is everyone all right? I'm fine. Oh, by the way. How did you guys end up here? Not long after we separated, we noticed a large number of knights heading towards the direction you left, so we turned back. Chin Tian, once again you saved us. Thank goodness you're back. We will never forget your kindness. Chin Tian, this time. I really don't know how to thank you. No need for formalities between us, besides, I also want to do something in Mozo City. If you need anything, please let me know. By the way, if it's Shadok making a move, is he really just after the bracelet, completing a transaction? I didn't expect your carriage to be equipped with bombs and guns. The security of the Holy West Kingdom is not as good as it seems. However, after the recent fight, the ammunition on the carriage is almost depleted. If Dumbledore attacks again, we might only have the option to escape. They have lost so many people and horses, so they shouldn't come after us in the short term. A bunch of trash. Why do we have to escape? You son of bitches. Over 100 people. All equipped with rifles. And yet we can't take them down. William, organize the team. We'll depart in half an hour. I think we need to rest now. Manga, damn it. Is your ears clogged with earwax or what? Organize the team. We'll depart in half an hour. Everyone retreat. Without my command, no one is allowed to leave. I need to report the situation here truthfully to Lord Shadok. We are loyal to Lord Shadok. You are just a pawn. Stop giving orders. If you don't cooperate, I won't hesitate to chop off your head first. Dumbledore is truly useless. They should have already returned to Mozo City, right? Mongatoon, but it's fortunate that he's useless. Since small cages can't trap prey, then let's change to a bigger one. Clinton, all troops attack Mozo City. Sir, if the royal family finds out, then. Once Yi Lin and Kate return, surround them and cut off their contact with the outside world. By then, I can eliminate them without the supervision of the royal family. Even if they investigate later, we can push the blame onto Dumbledore. A pawn should play its role, right? 2 days later, Mozo City. Lord Kate. Poca has been attacked by Dumbledore's army. We just received news that Valen has also been attacked. This is already the 4th one. Could it be that all the villages are under attack? Damn, what the hell is happening? Kate, what's going on? Several villages in Kate's territory have been heavily attacked. We are organizing rescue teams. According to the information we received, the attacking force is a fully equipped army, estimated to have over 300 soldiers, and they have firearms and cannons. They may be targeting you, Kate. For your safety, I suggest you leave here first. What follows is a real battle for life and death. What is your plan now? Organize personnel to go to each village for rescue. Qin Tian, the situation is critical. You can't stay here anymore. Use the hot air balloon to leave. According to the map, Mozo City has already been surrounded completely. This is impossible. Where did Dumbledore get so many troops? He intends to cut off our contact with the outside world so that they can attack us without any concerns. After all, the dead can't talk. The knight who attacked us earlier is very likely one of Shadok's men. Perhaps Dumbledore and Shadok have secretly formed an alliance. You were promoted to the Viscount at the banquet and have connections with Daybreak. They must be eager to get rid of you. What are you going to do? I will stand firm until the last moment. Before that, I will find a way to evacuate my people from this disaster. Don't be so desperate. There is still a solution to our current situation. Do you have a plan? As Gosen said, they chose to surround and then attack, fearing that what happens here will be exposed to the outside world. So, the key to resolving this situation is to the royal family know what is happening here. Li Tun, I understand. I will prepare a hot air balloon immediately. We can't use a hot air balloon. What we need to do is make Dumbledore hesitant to attack. If we use the hot air balloon to leave, he wouldn't know the message has already been sent out. Gosen is right, so the only option right now is to gather soldiers and break through. We need to be fast. The faster, the better. What about the villagers? If the army gathers to break through, they... Kate, I understand how you feel. But if we don't do this, more than just the villagers will be sacrificed. Even so. As long as we're fast enough, we can bring the villagers back and then break out, right? In theory, yes. Uncle Grain, according to the previously agreed action plan, you need to leave immediately and go to the villages, rescuing as many villagers as possible. Gather all the adult men to defend Mozo City together. Everyone, pick up your weapons and fight. If the city is breached, Dumbledore won't spare anyone. They're back. Open the gates. Rumble rumble musketeers, get ready. Bam bam bam. Angatun. Uncle Grain, how are you? Are you injured? It's not my blood, but we lost a few people. The enemy is numerous. If we forcefully break out, we might be intercepted. If our speed is slowed down, we have a high probability of being ambushed from both front and rear, sinking into a quagmire. Damn it. I was too naive. I should have listened to Qin Tian's advice. I shouldn't have held any hope. Stay calm, Kate. You're the leader. If you collapse, everything will be lost. Boom. Aim at the cannon crew. Fire. Siege team, get ready. Lord Shadok has mobilized over 3,000 people this time. Even if only half of them participate in the siege, Mozo City's defenses won't be enough. Moreover, we are all equipped with siege cannons. This city will be taken soon. Boom. Rumble rumble. Boom. Prepare the whale oil. Drop it down. Natun. Thursday. Release the arrows. Burning. Bam. Boom boom. The city gate is breached. Charge in, kill. The city gate is breached. Fantastic. Kate and the others are done for this time. Lord Dumbledore, please don't celebrate too soon. We can't let our guard down until we have completely taken Mozo City. Cavalry, attack. Everyone, hold on. Hold on. We will definitely win. Be careful. Swoosh. Are you okay? It's too dangerous here. Hurry and leave. No. I can stay a bit longer. We must hold on until Qin Tian arrives. No matter how strong an individual's power is, it is impossible to alter the course of a war. The only reliance to tip the scales of victory. Nitroglycerin is ready. Yi Lin, stay here and don't go anywhere. Be careful. Wait for me. Mangato, please take care. Rumble. Finally, the city is breached. Cover with firepower. Prepare the reserve team, advance and occupy Mozo City. Manga Tune. Bang 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 bang. Don't let them in. Fight them. Let's go. Leave this place. Bang bang, put me down. Put me down. Boom, Manga Tune. Infernal fire. What is that? A bomb. No, it can't be. A bomb can't have such a huge impact. That eagle. I saw an eagle, and then it exploded. The eagle is coming. Bang 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 bang. Leave here. Boom. Boom boom boom. Retreat. 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 We won. We won. Anga Tune, oh my god, thank God. Thank God. Why did they suddenly withdraw? What about the casualties? Let's not talk about that right now. Qin Tian, what did you just do? Those explosions. The situation was critical, so I used some nitroglycerin. Nitroglycerin. You got hurt. Although we won, many people also died. Take a rest first. I will handle things here. This is our current situation. Although they have retreated, the threat is still there, and they could launch a second attack at any time. What about those bombs? The nitroglycerin. With such weapons, even if they come again, we can defend ourselves. We don't have any left. We've already used up all the prepared reagents. Can't we prepare it again? What do we need? I'll send someone to gather them right away. Sodium carbonate, concentrated nitric acid, concentrated nitric acid. What are these things? I've never heard of them before. Mongatune, so, nitroglycerin is a product of alchemy. Alchemists should have the thing you mentioned. Then what are we waiting for? But Mozo City is just a small town, and there are no alchemists here. Kate, you need to check it out. There are people looking for you outside Mozo City. Manga 2. Are they Dumbledore's people? Mangatune, no, those individuals are unfamiliar. They don't seem like Dumbledore's people, but if I'm not mistaken, they should also be aristocrats. Let's have a look. We cannot violate the rules of the aristocracy. Mangato. Which one of you is Baron Kate of Mozo City? What business do you have with me? Who are you? So, you're Baron Kate. Ultramarine. Do you still have any ultramarine? Give it to me. You don't deserve to possess such a sacred pigment. Ultramarine. Using such a sacred pigment on a notice is a blasphemy against the Virgin Mary. Mozo City is currently in a state of war. That's why. Igatun, who are you? On whose side are you standing? Is this the hospitality of Mozo City? Nigatun, they are just a group of barbarians that don't know how to appreciate anything. Mangatun. Hold on, Qin Tian. They are not Dumbledore's people. Mangatun. May I ask, are you Master Ramani Burney? Mangatun, that's right. He is Master Ramani. I'm not familiar with that young man, but that old man, Master Ramani, is a renowned painter in the West Kingdom. Even the royal family needs to show him respect. He has dealings with many aristocrats, and the portrait of Virgin Mary in the main cathedral of the royal city was painted by him, Gato, great painter. In that case, his connections must be extensive. Based on the attitude of the person just now, they most likely mistook us for Lord Dumbledore's people. I am Marshall, the eldest son of Marquis Spencer. The rest are my guards. We are here with Master Hermione to visit Baron Kate. We have no ill intentions. Please stop attacking. I'm sorry. I thought you were Dumbledore's people. It seems like a misunderstanding. Please come out. We have offended you. As compensation, we have a lot of ultramarine here. If Master Romney needs it, we can give it all to you. The ultramarine is in the manor. If you don't mind, I would like to hold a banquet for you as an apology for our rudeness earlier. During the banquet, we will present the ultramarine to you. Master Romney, don't forget, you were just attacked. Mongatoon, they already explained it. They mistook us. Hold on, if you want the ultramarine, I can collect it for you. For free. I need quite a quantity of it. Well. Currently, we are preparing for war, so there are fewer workers mining lapis lazuli, and the production of the ultramarine. If you're scared, you can go back first. As for the Earl, I will explain to him later, and of course, I won't forget his portrait. Damn it. Gara, take 2 people and stay outside the city. If I haven't sent you any messages by tonight, go back and inform my father immediately. Master, you can't take risks. I don't want to take risks either, but if something happens to Master Hermione, our family will be in danger. Natoon. Qing Tian, do you have any ideas? Qing Tian, are you thinking of using Master Romney's power to make Lord Dumbledore retreat? Mongatoon. I don't think Master Hermione has that kind of power. But we can use him to find the resources we need. Welcome. Please wait a moment, the banquet is being prepared, and it will be ready soon. Your sincerity has been received, but I am also very clear about the difficult situation you are currently in. Instead of the banquet, I just want to get the ultramarine pigment faster. Since you are aware of the current situation, I think you should also know that our gift of ultramarine comes with conditions. Mongatoon humph. I guessed as much. Speak your terms then. As long as there's enough ultramarine, I am not unwilling to satisfy you. We only need your help to transport some supplies for us. It shouldn't be difficult for you to break through the lines and reach here. Mongatoon. What kind of supplies do you need me to transport? If it's weapons, then don't even bother asking. Also, we were able to enter here because we promised Dumbledore to keep this place a secret, so you'd better not fantasize about us passing the message out. Here's a hint, behind this battle, there's a highly ranked third party. As expected. Mongatoon, thank you for the reminder. We were originally planning to have you transport weapons, but since you've said this, we'll drop the subject. Do you know any alchemists? We want your help in transporting some soda ash, concentrated nitric acid. Kaolin, soda ash, sublimated sulfur, silica, and coliformium. What do you need these things for? These things can't be used on the battlefield. You don't need to ask about that, it's confidential. I can help you bring them in, but it will take some. And how much ultramarine pigment can you give me? I want 1 kilogram of ultramarine. 1 kilogram. At the lowest equivalent exchange, that's 5 kilograms of gold. It's hard enough to come by 50 grams nowadays. Mongatoon, I'll give you 2 kilograms. Can you really give me 2 kilograms? I still have 2 kilograms of ultramarine that I can give. Otherwise, we wouldn't be using ultramarine to make notices. Impossible. Where did you get so much ultramarine? Since you dislike banquets, then please accept this bit of ultramarine as an apology for our previous rudeness toward you. Ultramarine. Mongatoon. Please remember, we can provide 2 kilograms of ultramarine, but you must deliver the items we need into our hands within 1 day. It is genuine ultramarine. No problem. I will definitely bring the items you need by tomorrow night at the latest. Young master, are you all right? Don't worry, Baron Kate and the others haven't done anything to us. Now is not the time to be concerned about that. Hurry up and gather the supplies. My ultramarine is waiting. Manga 2. Can they really bring those materials? If they can't, we lose nothing. Have you dealt with all of your matters? Not yet, so it looks like we may have to trouble you again. You all are coming back. That wasn't what we agreed on initially. Please rest assured, Viscount, we will keep the matters here confidential. Mongatoon, I hope you can keep your word. Are we really not going to have any issues letting them go just like that? In the eyes of the master, these two are nothing more than ants. It's just that these two ants are a bit larger. If we crush them recklessly, it might bring some unnecessary trouble. Before the mission is completed, this is absolutely not allowed. 2 days, we must take down Mozo City within 2 days. We need to hold the fort until Ramaini arrives with the goods. We cannot afford to be careless. Dumbledore's forces have sent us a great amount of ammunition, arrows. Defending for a few days is not a problem. Swoosh. Ptangatun. Crack crack. Stay out of sight. Quietly open the city gates. Hey. Good evening, everyone. We've been expecting your night raid. Swish. 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 The enemy is attacking. The enemy is attacking. Sound the alarm bell. They're launching an attack. Clang. Are we retreating? Are we retreating now? We could have taken Mozo City tonight. By tomorrow. There will be no chance of victory. What else? Mozo City was completely unguarded yesterday, and we couldn't take it by surprise. What makes you think we can succeed now with casualties? All you need to do is defend until I return. I can negotiate with the nearby nobles using the Shadok family crest. We can borrow more soldiers. Angatun Mozo City won't hold out much longer. Isn't that a good thing? No, that's not what I mean. Of course, it's better to end the fight quickly. Dumbledore retreated so easily because he has nitroglycerin for deterrence. But if they attack desperately, with Mozo City's current forces, we can't hold them off. We can only hope that Master Ramani can deliver the materials soon. Although we expedited the production of the hot air balloons, the numbers are still far from sufficient. My lord. Master Ramani and his team are back. Damn it, what are they here for now? Master Ramani, it is good to see you again, but what are you transporting in your cart? Baron, you'll understand when you see for yourself. Master Ramani, what are you planning to do with these items? That is none of Angatun your concern. Or are these items against the kingdom's laws? Not at all. Then get out of my way. Clear the way. Baron Kate, when can you deliver the ultramarine you promised me? Mongatoon, please be patient. The ultramarine is precious, so we hid it in a secure location. It will take some time to retrieve it. A secure location. Not in the manor, I see. Impressive, you even thought of that. Igatun indeed, ultramarine is too valuable. It's too dangerous to keep it in the manor, but we can retrieve it soon. How about we enjoy a dinner first? Your approach is correct. The ultramarine is indispensable. Since we have to wait, let's have dinner first. Good, with this much nitroglycerin, we can overcome the crisis. So how should we mix the ultramarine? In a race against time, you wouldn't waste your time on something so trivial. Mongatoon, mixing ultramarine is not easy. I promised Ramani the ultramarine, but I didn't say it would be now. Chin Tian. It's time for us to counterattack. We shall win. We shall win. Please, we must win. Rest assured, Lord Sorcerer, they will surely return victoriously. Qin Tian would not undertake such a dangerous action without absolute confidence. My lord, would you like to rest for a bit? I want to rest too. But until Clinton returns, I can't rest. There's no helping Inga Todd. Beep a sentry. Beep, please do not wander around at will, I will go out and see what's going on. Swish Mongatoon. Boom boom. Natoon, here's a few more gifts for you. Boom 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 boom. All units charge. Look, that person seems to be Dumbledore's personal bodyguard. Mang. Gatoon, if the bodyguard is nearby, then Dumbledore can't be too far away. Here. Found it. Is anyone hurt? Please give the order to pursue them. The situation is in our favor. We can show them what happens to those who offend Mozo City. Do not pursue the enemy too far. Mongatoon. Although we caught Dumbledore off guard this time, Shadok is still alive. The fight is not over. Although we have won this time, it is hard to ensure that the enemy won't regroup and come back stronger. For now, our most important task is to eradicate this crisis once and for all. Grain, I need you to lead the knights and reach the royal capital as fast as possible in the shortest time, and inform the royal family about the situation here. I swear to complete the mission. The capital is at the center of the Sacred Kingdom. Even by horse, it takes a week to get there, and 2 weeks for a round trip. I hope we can make it in time. Mongatoon. If you are willing to wait, I can give you 2,000 kilograms of ultramarine. Thank you for your kindness, but I only need the 1,000 kilograms of ultramarine you promised me in advance. Today. As we told you last night, we've already sent people to get it. It just takes some time on the road. By that time, Dumbledore would have already wiped you out. Bang. You can be at ease. There is absolutely no way such a thing will happen. The battle is over. We've already killed Dumbledore. Sorry, it's already daylight. Kate's forces won't exceed 1,000, yet Dumbledore has more than 3,000 men. For Kate to hold Mozo City is already an incredible feat, let alone countering and killing Dumbledore. That's simply a madman's dream. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing more to say. Come in. Clap. Are you going to silence me? Mongatoon. I hope you know that I was invited by Marquis Spencer to go to his domain to paint. If something happens to me on the way, Marquis Spencer will bear all the responsibility. At that time, Marquis Spencer will face pressure from our Painters Association and will have to launch a campaign against you. Considering your current situation, this is definitely not what you want to see. Indeed, facing Dumbledore's siege, it's already a miracle that we can hold the city. If we offend a Marquis now, we'll have no way out. But, if I'm already on a path with no return, what do I have to fear? I think, dying alongside a master like you may even increase my chances of getting into heaven. No. You won't be going to heaven. You'll only go to hell. Tune. Master Romani, please be calm. This person was just making a joke. You don't have to take it seriously. Do you think I'm joking? Heh. Tell me your reasoning. Actually, there's no special reason. It's just that I see that you don't seem like a person who would do such a thing. If you wanted to kill us, you wouldn't have let us go in the first place. Natoon. So, this is why you've been so unperturbed from the start. If your hand wasn't shaking, maybe I would believe you. It's the same as before, whether you believe me or not, it's impossible for you to leave here now. Of course, I won't harm you. You can be assured of that. As for when you two can leave, I don't think it will be too long. In a few days, I will present you with 2 kilograms of ultramarine with my own hands. Since we're waiting anyway, why not hold on to a glimmer of hope, right? What if it comes true? I just wish to leave here safely. Then you'll have to bear with it for a few days. We should just kill them. We can throw the corpses on the battlefield and make it look like they accidentally wandered in and died in the chaos. After all, Dumbledore has sealed off this area. Who would know what happened here? Why bother with deception? Just give them the ultramarine directly. Finally bluffed my way through, but this isn't a long-term solution. Even if we don't consider whether we have the finances to buy so much ultramarine, the question remains if there's even that much ultramarine for sale in the kingdom. Qin Tian, if you don't take a stand now, they're going to collapse. Qin Tian, can you really get ultramarine? I don't think I've ever boasted about something I couldn't do. Don't get excited yet, there are still a few steps to complete. Making ultramarine, in general, involves 3 steps. The first step is to dry kaolin, sodium carbonate, sublimed sulfur, silica and rosin. Ramani didn't get much of these materials, just a couple of pounds each. Plus, there's an oven for baking bread right here on the estate. This step took just 2 hours to complete. The second step is to grind and mix these substances, then slowly heat the powdered mixture to 750°C over 8 hours, and maintain this constant temperature for another 8 hours. The second step can't be completed until tomorrow. After instructing the craftsmen with all the necessary precautions, Qin Tian and the others went to the city walls to arrange tonight's defenses. Manga 2. I hope there won't be another battle tonight. Manget Kate, shut up. Don't jinx it. I think, after experiencing the power of nitroglycerin, nobody can adjust their mindset that quickly. Manhwa, we shouldn't worry about a large-scale attack for a while, but we must still be vigilant. Clinton, how much longer until we arrive? Don't tell me you don't even know where your own army is stationed. Ah, what in the world are you screaming for? Hands. There are hands at your feet. FK, hurry and kick that damn thing away. Be careful, there are more over there. Stop, everyone, just stop panicking. Panicking CA. What is all this ruckus? Everyone, halt. Sir. It's up ahead. Light all the torches. Manga Toon, look at this huge crater. Damn, was there an explosion at the ammo depot? Manga Toon, they died in such an inglorious way. Manga Toon, what kind of battle was this? It's too gruesome. I personally arranged this defensive line. The ammo depot definitely wasn't located here. Mangato. Besides, even if the ammo depot exploded, it wouldn't create so many huge craters. Especially not craters that follow along the defensive line like this. Could it be? These are the result of Mozo City's counterattack. What are your plans now? Angatun. Retreat. We've marched day and night to get here, not even fighting a single battle, and now we're just retreating. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but before you do that, hopefully, someone can go back and tell your lord that since the arranged matters couldn't be carried out, the previously agreed contents are naturally null and void. Of course, I won't let you run around for nothing. With the current military strength, it's not enough to take down Mozo City. We must inform Lord Shadok of this situation as soon as possible. Atun, just like the second step, the third step also requires burning, but this time, you need to open the container with the mixed powder, and the burning temperature must be lowered to 500°C. 4 hours later. Manga Toon. Alchemy, Qin Tian. This is definitely alchemy. Manga Toon, it's different from the real ultramarine. It's more like turning stone into silver. There's a slight difference. Angat, the ultramarine produced by this method has a certain color difference from the real ultramarine, but this gap is not too noticeable. Only those sensitive to colors would be able to perceive the difference between the two. But with such a large quantity, Ramini will definitely accept it. Manga Toon, even when I was invited by the church to paint in the cathedral, I have never seen such an amount of ultramarine. 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 So much ultramarine. Huh, to think there could be so much ultramarine. Manga Toon, this must be what it feels like to hit the super jack. In the sacred West, ultramarine is the most expensive pigment and is also the exclusive pigment of the Holy Madonna Maria, immensely sacred. Many master painters have had to abandon their hard-won artworks because they could not acquire enough ultramarine. I remember Master Reinhardt sold all his properties in an effort to gather enough ultramarine pigment to complete his final masterpiece. Yet even so, before his departure, he was unable to finish that painting. It seems Master Ramani also has a painting in his heart that he is obsessed with completing. Manga tune. No, that's not right. I have to try these pigments. This is yours to do with as you please. We have no right to question your decision. Come on. Let's let Master Ramani try it. Manga tune manga 2. Manga tune. The color is wrong. So, do you want it? Manga tune sorry, I'm not a painter and I don't have your sensitivity to color. 2. This looks like ultramarine. This is not ultramarine, although the color is very close. My eyes cannot be mistaken. That's a shame, as this is the only ultramarine we have. Would you still like it? Of course, we can offer you something else if you wish. This paint is not ultramarine. Do you still want it? I want ultramarine. If we were to double the amount, would you be interested then? Manga tune. Double the offer, or terminate the deal, your choice. Well then, we won't send Yuna off further. Be careful on the road. Come by if you are free. Manga tune. Awesome, it can indeed be used as ultramarine. This will definitely be a bestseller. This recipe tune belongs to Qin Tian. This matter is finally taken care of. I know that, but the birth of this alchemy, the stone to silver technique, is quite exciting, isn't it? Manga tune perhaps, but it might not be quite stone to silver. It's about supply and demand. Right, only painters would buy ultramarine. Moreover, only painters of certain status and wealth would make a purchase. This further narrows down the potential customer base. The overall market size isn't huge, which naturally caps the potential for synthetic ultramarine. But this cap is substantial enough to make a fortune in a year. The guild should still be operating normally, right? We need to sell this ultramarine as soon as possible, Manga tune. We urgently need a group of craftsmen and laborers. Laborers. Are you thinking of recruiting soldiers to boost Mozo City's strength? But with our current situation, I'm afraid no one would want to enlist. Even if we manage to recruit some, the numbers won't be too high. No, what I want to recruit are not soldiers, but craftsmen, like blacksmiths and carpenters. Plus, if we could find a reliable workshop, that would work too. Is it for making something? Manget, it's more like an upgrade, upgrading our weapons. Just as Oshbear said, Mozo City is now isolated with no support. Anyone looking at the situation would think it's doomed, and certainly no one would be foolish enough to answer the call and come here to die. So, since we can't increase the quantity of our fighting power, we must enhance its quality. One way to do this is by improving the power of our weapons. Manga tune. Even though Mozo City now has nitroglycerin, a major killer, the lack of effective throwing tools limits it to melee combat, greatly reducing its deterrence. So there is an urgent need for specialized trebuchets to use in conjunction with nitroglycerin, maximizing its power. Apart from that, firearms can be upgraded to revolvers with a cylinder, which greatly reduces the firing interval. In addition, the way of reloading can be changed from a muzzle loading system to a cartridge system. With double time reduction, Mozo City's soldiers, armed with revolvers, can completely fight off multiple enemies, effectively multiplying our defenses. This is my current plan, preparing for all eventualities. But as we feared before, right now we're completely reactive, utterly unaware of when the hidden enemy will strike again. Tune. Therefore, our defense works might still be incomplete when we are attacked by the enemy, whose numbers will certainly be greater than before. Even though our armaments have greatly improved, it is uncertain whether we can withstand them. Manga tune. Now that the siege has been broken and we have a way out, we are faced with a choice, that is, to evacuate Mozo City. Evacuate Mozo City. Would there be a problem to evacuate temporarily, dragging it out until the royal family sends someone to deal with this? Yes, this form of migration, according to the kingdom's decrees, would be considered as the Lord's unconditional surrender of everything. By then, the residents of Mozo City will become homeless drifters. However, this ultimately requires the residents' consent. If they are willing, I am willing to give up everything. Manga Tune. A lord is called a lord because he has his own people. If there are no more people, the title of lord is just that, a title. We should first take the residents' opinions and then make a decision. An hour later, Kate convened all the residents to ask for their opinions. The outcome was unanimous amongst all the residents. To stay in Mozo City. For the residents, Mozo City is their foundation for survival, their home, and they cannot just let their homeland fall into the hands of others. They are willing to face this war alongside Kate. With the completion of the opinion gathering, the weapon upgrade plan for Mozo City officially began. With an already Taglianga 2 workforce, it wasn't possible to work on the trebuchet and firearm upgrades at the same time. Faced with a choice between the two, all available manpower was directed towards building trebuchets. Mongatoon. Meanwhile, Ashbear put out a call for recruits through the merchants' channels, offering high rewards in the hopes of gathering manpower as quickly as possible. In such a tense atmosphere, after a week's time, the craftsmen of Mozo City worked day and night and finally built 10 trebuchets. Mongatoon. The main purpose of these trebuchets is to launch nitroglycerin, which doesn't require much power, so to save time, these trebuchets are a bit smaller than normal ones. But regardless, they have still enhanced the defensive capabilities of Mozo City. Intigas is the second largest city on the front lines, and it is also the main city of Shadok's Dam. One question: why are you still alive to return? Mongatoon. I hope you've brought back some valuable clues. This is your only chance to stay alive. Swish. They have a mysterious weapon. Its power is multiple times that of a bomb. Even a siege cannon can't compare. Is that the reason for your failure? Yes. That weapon is just too powerful. If we could get our hands on it, we could surely fulfill His Majesty's grand vision sooner. Mongatoon. Mongatoon. If it really wasn't a command issue, but rather that Mozo City truly had a powerful weapon that allowed them to successfully counterattack. Wait, the kaleidoscope. Could it be, that thing actually came from there? Kate didn't just obtain the kaleidoscope, but she also got something else. Watch out, Master. Mongatoon. Whoosh Natu. This pattern. You. Mongatoon. Swish. Your Majesty's letter. Mongatoon. Mongatoon. Step back, Clinton. He is not an assassin. Go and notify the presidents of the merchant associations to prepare the agreed-upon gold coins within 3 days. Should there be any errors in even this simple task, you know what to do. Yes. But as for Mozo City, let them linger for another month. Mongatoon. Mongatoon. Under a hefty bounty, the manufacturing of revolvers has been put on the agenda. And the parts are distributed to different workshops by Ashbear, ensuring Mozo City's advantage in weaponry can be kept secret at least for the short term. What? The front line has been breached. Impossible, the two countries have been fighting for so many years without such an incident ever occurring. Ofina, are you sure you heard it right? Manga.Toon. It was the delivery driver who said it, and I have confirmed it many times over. But just like you have heard, the front lines have collapsed. How could this be? Mongatoon. The drivers hadn't been drinking, but honestly, I have my doubts, too. That's why I've sent someone to verify the news, and we should have a response today. Lord, has something happened? Sorry. I forgot you don't understand English. Mongatoon. The tribe won't be affected by this, right? There's no need to worry too much in the short term. The city of Duramba is located in the northeast of the kingdom. Even if the Imperial Army were to march directly, it would take 2 months to reach there. The royal family will surely not stand idly by, perhaps the break in the line is only temporary. Angatun. The structure of the revolver is simple with about 20 parts. It can be assembled quickly, allowing us to put together 10 of them. Each cylinder can hold 9 rounds and, with a fast enough speed, can be emptied within a minute. This absolute firepower is a game changer against flintlock guns. Will there be a longer version following? So this is a revolver. It looks quite peculiar. If you're talking about rifles, we don't have them. No. But the range of a rifle is much further than a pistol, and it has more advantages on the battlefield. That's enough, just try it and you'll see. 80 meters, that's the maximum effective range of a rifle. Mangato now, watch closely. Bang bang mongatoon bang. That's amazing. Never mind the accuracy for now, this rate of fire. It completely overturns my impression of firearms. All hits. They all hit. This weapon is enough to multiply a soldier's combat power several times over. Don't be so surprised yet, you've got to try it for yourselves. Although the effective range of the revolver is between 50 to 100 meters, the accuracy is still somewhat lacking. The reason I could hit all the targets is thanks to the hunter's blessing. Talent. Others might not be so certain. Bang mongatoon bang bang. Oshbear and Ofina hit 4 shots, Gosen and Nick hit 5 shots, Bohama hit 7 shots, Bakuma has the highest hit rate with a total of 8 shots, Kate hit 3 shots. Mongatoon, I knew it. Chin Tian, you really are blessed by the sorcerer. You too are more formidable than I am. With just your personal strength, you're comparable to me who has been blessed. I still prefer using a bow and arrow. You two are better off sticking to bows and arrows. Considering the current revolver, it has the advantages of quick reloading and rapid firing, but this does not completely crush the bow and arrow. In terms of range and armor-piercing ability, the bow and arrow is still superior. For the Bakuma siblings, using bows and arrows has already become a habit. If they were forced to use revolvers, their combat effectiveness might actually decrease. However, for regular soldiers, this is absolutely superb. Unfortunately, the small talk brought by the coachman yesterday is true, just as Chin Tian and the others heard this morning. The front-line defenses have been breached, and the Empire's army has entered through the gap into the sacred West Kingdom. Manga Batun Tun. Moreover, the location of the breach corresponds vertically with Wolfie City. Currently, Duke de Quire is fighting against the Empire's army. The defensive line being breached is just a matter of days. Right now, the royal family hasn't received any news, so the front-line troops can't get effective reinforcements. Therefore, Duke de Quire can only rely on help from a few marquis near his territory, Mangamoon. It will be at least a few more days before the royal family receives the news. In this period, Mangato, I hope that Duke de Quire can repel the Empire's army. Mozo City, although not a frontline city, is also close to the front. If de Quire cannot hold back, then Mozo City will fall under the ironclad hooves of the Empire's cavalry. Relying on others for hope is not a good habit, and with the way war is changing, this may very well be an opportunity for you to grow and become stronger. Opportunity. Mongatoon, I think the frontline battles are undoubtedly more important than the skirmishes between two knights, so much so that there's simply no comparison. To put it bluntly, we could take advantage of this time to annex Dumbledore's domain. Now that Dumbledore is dead, we can easily take over his lands. In doing so, Kate, your power will surge, and even if the worst scenario becomes reality, you will have the means to protect yourself in these chaotic times. This is indeed a good suggestion, but what about the legitimate reason for taking over the fief? We must consider one point, that is, if the royal family drives back the enemy forces and the two countries return to a standoff, will the royal family take any action against Kate knowing that Dumbledore's fief has been annexed? Mongatoon, the chaos is just our assumption. What if the Empire's army is repelled? Under this assumption, we need a legitimate and reasonable method of annexation. This way, we don't have to worry about the royal family finding excuses to trouble Kate after the situation stabilizes either. Viscount Dumbledore sells his lands to Baron Kate, and according to the agreement, Baron Kate takes over the territory. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore goes back on his word and wages war against Baron Kate, but thanks to divine favor, Baron Kate kills Dumbledore and takes over the land according to the pact. With no living witness, this reason can be made up as we please. As for the agreement, I think Dumbledore's seal should be in his residence. Qin Tian, didn't you already have the reasons all figured out before the battle was even over? So, the second question, what about the mastermind behind the scenes? Have you ever wondered why the mastermind has given us such a long breather? Could it be that they are too occupied? According to our previous guess, the mastermind must hold a high title, otherwise, they couldn't possibly provide Dumbledore with so much manpower. Manga tune, but now the front lines are critical, and there's a shortage of troops. In this situation, the royal house is definitely very sensitive to the movements of the armies, especially the high-ranking nobles. They have enough manpower, and they're bigger targets. It's precisely because of this that they can't easily use the army to deal with us. Of course, it's also possible that the real mastermind is deliberately lulling us into a false sense of security, wanting us to lower our guard. Therefore, we must still hurry with the manufacturing of the revolver. Given the current situation, this is undoubtedly a good opportunity for us to annex Dumbledore's territories. With enough strength, we can better protect your subjects. Manga tune the next day. Qin Tian and Kate went to Ebford, the city where Dumbledore's residence is located, situated at the very heart of his domain. On the battlefield outside Mozo City, aside from the big pit blasted by nitroglycerin, there were no traces of the battle left on the defensive line. Ebford, outskirts, Rudia village. Gatun. This village is deserted, the houses are in ruins. It's unclear if the people have moved away or if there's some other reason. As we've traveled, we've seen more than one village like this, especially ones close to the main city. It's abnormal. Who would have thought that even Rudia has fallen into ruin? Judging from its dilapidated conditions, it should happen in these 2 years. Mangatoon. Could the villages we passed by earlier also have been abandoned in recent years? Except for the first village we encountered, the others have still been around just a few years ago. Is there any reason? That, only Dumbledore probably knows. No matter what, we still need to go to Ebford first. Time is of the essence. In the evening, Ebford, the main city. 50 copper coins per person. If you want to enter the city, pay up. Manga tune. They gave the money so readily. Had I known, I would have asked for more. Now that you mention it, doesn't that woman among them look familiar? And the man next to him too. Now that you say it, it kinda does seem like. I can't believe you actually gave them money. Manget will let them hold on to it for a while. Once we've fully taken over Ebford, they will surely pay it back double. Ebford always gives off this lifeless feeling, just like those villages we saw along the road. The personal strength of a lord should not be judged merely by their rank or the size of their domain, but also by their governance ability. That saying couldn't be more correct. Mangatoon. It finally makes sense why Dumbledore, despite being a Viscount, and Baron Kate's strengths are almost the same. Mangatoon. Halt, who are you people? I remember, Captain Colin, we met the year before last. Miss Oshbear, Lord Baron, may I know what business you have here? The Viscount is not present. You might have come here for nothing. Mangatoon. To ask such a question, it's clear this Colin isn't one of Dumbledore's confidants. It's fine. We'll return to our own castle, no need to inform an outsider. Mangatoon. Our own castle. Wait. Excuse me, but what do you mean by that? It's quite literal. Yes, there is indeed a need to discuss this matter with you. A month ago, Dumbledore had sold his estate to us, which is why he has been absent of late. We're here today to spread this news quickly, to avoid any misunderstanding. Sold his estate. That's impossible. Miss Oshbear. If possible, I would like to see the relevant documents. Right, you remind me, I need to gather the residents of Ebford for a public announcement. I will need your help. Also, where is Dumbledore's office? It's been so long. I've forgotten. Could it be that Lord Dumbledore really sold the estate? That's right. His lordship has long had a grudge with Baron Kate, otherwise, how could they dare to just waltz into Ebford so brazenly? This is Lord Viscount's office. Manga, the door. The Viscount's office keys are exclusively his. Hasn't he given them to you? Bang Mangato. This door is not nice to look at. I think it should be replaced. Ah, yes, you're right, Vice President. The style is too ugly. It's time for a nicer one. You can step back for now. I'll call you if there's anything. Dumbledore's office. This position is really suitable for Kate. Colin, do you have any other matters? No, I was wondering if there is anything else Your Highness needs me to do. You may go now. If I need anything, I will call you. And by the way, it's Viscount, not Baron. Yes, Viscount Kate. Mongatoon, I'm not sure if it was the title of Viscount that led to the acquisition of Dumbledore's territory, or the other way around. But either way, it's a good thing. I hear the Mozo city under Kate's governance is very prosperous. Hopefully, Kate's arrival can bring positive changes to Ebford. Don't let him indulge in any mischief. Natoon, I'll keep an eye on him. It's good that I bluffed Colin. Selling Dumbledore's territory was a total fabrication. We don't have any relevant documents. If he insisted on checking, we probably couldn't even leave. Ongatoon, once we find the seal, we don't have to worry anymore. This seal is as significant as Dumbledore himself. It is extremely important. In the absence of anyone, it naturally wouldn't be left carelessly on the table. You guys can look under the desk, or at those specimens hanging on the wall, and knock on the shelves holding the jewels to see if there is a hidden compartment. The seal. I remember seeing it once in Dumbledore's office. Crack. Open, found it. That was too easy to hide. Oshbear, you found it too expertly. Don't tell me you often do this kind of thing. How could that be? It's also my first time here. If things go as expected, the seal should be in this box. I think. You can try it. Why should it be me? Intuition, is that an answer? I will try then. Crack. Brilliant. Less than half a minute to open it, wait. Did you? It's normal to pick up some household tips, and things like these, once learned, are like swimming, you never forget. More importantly, what's inside the box matters more. Finally found it. Got it. Now this castle, as well as these lands, really belong to us. Worth the trip. Mongatool, for me, just being able to protect my own land is a huge fortune. Everything else is just icing on the cake. What's with this letter? Aren't you curious about the contents of these? They were all in the same drawer as the seal, proving their importance. To Dumbledore, they are almost as crucial as the seal. The signature on this letter. It's Shadok. The content of the letter is simple. Shadok was instructing Dumbledore to gather funds. As for what they are for, it's not written, but there are many more letters like this. Come quick, look at this letter. It says that Dumbledore is planning to make a move on Kate, by the order of Shadok. Marquis Shadok. How could it be Marquis Shadok? Could it be that Shadok's forces are the ones attacking? It should be him. We did consider the possibility of a Marquis backing Dumbledore, and we were prepared for it, but we never imagined it would be Shadok. Manga to Shadok may only be a Marquis in name, but his personal power is on par with a Duke's. The gap between a Marquis and a Duke is enormous. Stay calm, it's just a Duke we're talking about. At most, he has 100,000 troops, and they're still using old flintlocks. Manga, even Dukes with 100,000 troops are absolutely forbidden by the royal family. Sometimes, I really wonder if you're a deity who's come down to earth. This must also be how Shadok and Dumbledore communicate. They've marked a special location on the map, which seems to be closer to Mozo City from its position. Should we check it out? Yes, of course we have to go, but now isn't the right time. This location on the map is near the border of Dumbledore's and my territories, and it is also a manor. I don't recall any manor in this place from my memory. According to clues from other letters, that location might not be a manor at all, but the ruins where Dumbledore found the bracelet. That's why Kate and the others don't recall this manor landscape, because it's underground, not on the surface. Under Dumbledore's rule, Ebford was a mess. The city's commercial econ was poor, and the agriculture, fundamental for the residents' survival, was concerning. Most of the citizens were struggling to get by, and in this situation, they also faced high taxes, which made life extremely difficult. Faced with this situation, Kate and Ashbear immediately drafted several documents, among which was a provision to temporarily suspend taxation. Moreover, they began to recruit a large workforce to prepare for the manufacturing of revolvers and the corresponding improvements to the city's infrastructure. Doing this provides work for the residents of Ebford, solving their survival problems. Secondly, it also brings labor to the defense construction of Mozo City. With Kate's supervision, these measures quickly reached the ears of Ebford's residents. Like cold water poured into hot oil, the citizens were stirred up, and soon they realized that the lordship of Ebford had changed hands. Already dissatisfied with Dumbledore but lacking the capability to leave, now comes such a lord to Ebford, the residents are unanimously overjoyed. Manga Toon. However, Ebford was a disaster left by Dumbledore, and it was impossible to clean up in a short time. Kate and Ashbear could only minimize the losses. After spending 3 days and achieving a somewhat stable situation in Ebford, Chin Tian and his companions returned to Mozo City. Although they had only been gone for 4 days, the situation was changing rapidly, and it wasn't feasible to stay away for long. Upon their arrival in Mozo City, Ophina brought very bad news. Wofi City was under siege. Duke de Quire was trapped inside, and the nobles at the front lines had been defeated and were fleeing. I'm not sure how much longer Duke can hold out. If Ebford falls, then we're all in danger. Right now, the defensive line has only been breached in one spot. It's not going to be easy for the Empire's army to push deep into the kingdom's heartland without first securing that breach. Otherwise, they'll be vulnerable from both sides. The armies summoned by the royal family should already be on their way. I hope they arrive in time. I'm just worried that we might also be dispatched to support the front lines. Right now, I just want to finish eating and comfortably lie down in bed. Riding in a carriage is truly more jarring than a car. After a whole day of travel, I really feel quite worn out. Has there been any progress in the production of the revolver these past few days? Atun, during your absence, we found 4 more workshops. Based on the current pace, it'd take about a week from producing parts at these workshops to shipping them here and then assembling them. Each cycle, we can produce 120 revolvers. Now, every soldier in the city is equipped with these weapons. Well, there are the soldiers who originally belonged to the young master. They've been temporarily assembled for the defense of the city and haven't been equipped yet. However, I think they're also a formidable force and should be outfitted as well. So, the workshop is still producing revolvers. This is certainly necessary. Also, the workshop needs to continue searching. We need to acquire at least 2,000 revolvers and the corresponding ammunition as soon as possible. All the combatants in Mozo City tally up to at most 400, but Kate just took over Ebford. With a conservative estimate, she could rally at least 200 soldiers. This means Kate could mobilize at least 500 men. By that count, there aren't enough revolvers at the moment. Certainly, a troop number of 500 soldiers, faced with a Shadok commanding tens of thousands, is still not enough, even with the boost from revolvers. We need at least 2,000 men if we are to stand our ground and confront Shadok. Is there a problem on your end? If you're only asking about the guns, then we should have enough. The cost of a single revolver isn't cheap. For a Viscount, 2,000 revolvers would indeed be damaging, but these 2,000 revolvers represent more than just their intrinsic value. But that doesn't include the soldiers' pay. We can't afford such a large expense, even if we include the recent reward Kate received. There shouldn't be an issue with funding. We can borrow. Can we really do that? I mean, can you really lend us that amount? I think 100,000 gold coins should suffice. For the Daybreak Association, this isn't really a significant amount. 10,000 is enough, 1,000 is enough. With 100,000 gold coins, Rather than took 1,000 men, we could just buy Mozo City outright. Suddenly I feel so poor as a viscount. If it's just 10,000, we shouldn't need to bring in gold from the association headquarters. We can raise it from the nearby stores. Thank you, Miss Yilin. I'm truly grateful. Oh Fina, I remember you mentioned that the nobles on the front lines are now selling off their assets, right? Yes. These nobles are worried about their domains being destroyed by the conflict, wanting to salvage whatever they can from the situation. They're liquidating everything they own into cash. Manga Tune. By selling off their possessions like this, they're preparing to flee. If they do so without fighting, wouldn't the royal family be furious? Every knight in the kingdom has the duty to maintain all that belongs to the royal family, which naturally includes the land. Such actions, if known by the royal family, would definitely lead to the fee chopping to block. But as long as it's not an active sale, it is permissible. Is there also a passive way to explain this? Although these nobles are selling all they have, it doesn't mean they will leave their domains immediately. They could very well up a symbolic resistance when the imperial armies attack, and then retreat. Putum at that point, it would become a passive abandonment of their domains, right? We'll take over their assets. Manga Tune, I believe at this moment they must be eager to sell, so the prices will definitely be low. Not to mention, their military supplies are exactly what we need. Yukka's main city in the domain of Count Genuda, just like Ebford's Wolfie city in Shadok's Intigus, is also a frontline city. Manget. Count Genuda. Manga Ulan. As of today, only about 1/10 to 1/5 of assets have been monetized. When the Imperial Army attacks, these invaluable assets that can't be taken with us will be destroyed. Since no one has approached me, I have no choice but to find a buyer myself. Knock sir, Viscount Kate is here to visit. Manga Tune. Viscount Kate. The name doesn't ring a bell. Nonetheless, since he's requested a visit, did mention his purpose. No, but the Viscount is waiting. Count Genuda, it's a pleasure to meet you. Viscount Kate, may I ask what brings you here? I'm in a rush to liquidate my assets. I don't have time to waste on some unknown Viscount. It seems you're in the process of selling your assets. I think I'd have those spreading rumors beheaded. Don't be hasty in refusing. I came here to acquire some supplies from you. Military supplies. What? Take over what? And other things like food and horses, for example. Mongatoon, prepare a banquet. I think we can discuss this over a meal. A count's wealth is immense, and considering various interests at play, Genuda and Kate talked for several hours before the banquet finally ended. Rest assured, all the items will be delivered to your estate in no more than half a month. Thank you for your trouble. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. I hadn't even started looking for a target, yet the target came to me. I thought a Viscount wouldn't have much capital, but to my surprise, he bought most of my military supplies in one fell swoop. True, the price was driven extremely low, but it's much better to sell them than to let the Empire snatch them up. But sir, I always feel like there's something inconsistent. Something inconsistent. Since Viscount Kate knew you were liquidating assets, he must also be aware of the frontier battles. Yet, under such circumstances, he still purchased our assets. I found the name Kate familiar when I first heard it, and after our conversation, I remembered he was the man who made a big splash at Duke de Quire's banquet not long ago. A person like him must have shrewdness and wouldn't fail to consider this point. His actions must have his own intentions. It's just that we are not aware of them. But no matter what, the trade agreement has been signed and our goal has been achieved. Even if Kate gets a great deal out of it, it's none of our concern now. Order the men to start packing the supplies and strive to complete the transaction in the shortest possible time. It has been a week since we started acquiring the assets these nobles are selling off, and although we don't know how long de Quire can hold on, we have already stockpiled many assets. What's next? Do we go back, or do we continue looking for other nobles? Continue seeking other nobles. The military supplies we have bought so far should support an army of 5, 000 for a month without any reinforcements. That's not enough. We can put off acquiring more arms for now, but we must continue to buy more provisions. Manga tune. Before the troops move, provisions must be prepared. Our prolonged engagement with Dumbledore hinged on the significant geographical advantage of Mozo City itself. Before we're fully developed, we still need this advantage. In a defensive situation, supplies become critical. If, like, we find ourselves besieged and short of supplies, it could lead to our downfall without an enemy strike. Count Genuda. The neighbor of the Earl of Genuda, after leaving Yukaz and spending a day and a night traveling, Qin Tian and his party arrived at the Count city, but they encountered another unexpected person. Shadok. What is he doing here? It seems you all know each other and have come for the same purpose of acquisition. What a coincidence. Count Frango, you should know, this young man is Baron Kate, who has won the favor of Duke de Quire. Oh no, he should now be referred to as Viscount Kate. And this beautiful lady here is Lady Yilin. I presume you must be acquainted with her, Count Frango. Please forgive our sudden visit, but seeing that you have guests already, we'll take our leave now. That won't do at all. If I let you leave just like that, I would be a terribly rude host. If you don't mind, please stay with me, and allow me to fulfill my duties as your host. We really shouldn't disturb you. Alright then, I'll see you out. Who would have thought we'd run into Marquis Shadok? Such bad luck. Gosen, you should have taken that moment to thrust a sword into his back. Then we would have to leave that place horizontally. That's Count Genyit's territory. If a fight broke out, in order not to be branded with the disgrace of assassinating Marquis Shadok, he would certainly have to detain us. Furthermore, with the Marquis's 100-man cavalry and musketeers accompanying him. And considering we rushed out this time without any escort due to the urgency, any conflict would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. Why is Marquis Shadok purchasing Count Genyit's properties, I wonder? Perhaps like you, Kate, he's unwilling to give up his own city. He might be collecting resources to prepare for battle as much as possible. Yet, it's hard to tell that he's someone who dares to fight to the death. Being so close to Count Genyit's main city, one can't help worrying about Marquis Shadok following us all the way to our doorstep. To avoid another encounter with Marquis Shadok, I've also adjusted our procurement route to steer as clear as possible from Count Genyit's territories. Urun. Over the next few days, we kept traveling between the various nobles, but acquiring military supplies wasn't as smooth as before. The nobles we met had already sold their assets to Marquis Shadok well in advance. Based on the intelligence in our possession, I've calculated that there are 7 nobles who've sold their assets to Shadok, and that's only the number we know of. In reality, the number of nobles who have sold out to Shadok likely reaches double digits. No matter how we adjusted our route, whether by coincidence or if someone was tracking our steps. Morgan, we ran into Shadok again. With Ern Boone after signing the agreement with Earl. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a private word with Viscountess Kate and Lady Yilin. Want to talk privately? Then I won't disturb you. If you need anything in the meantime, please feel free to call me. Unexpectedly, we meet again. This must surely be the will of God. I wonder, Marquis Shadok, what do you wish to discuss with us? I just want to know your views on the frontline situation and why you're amassing a large stock of military supplies. And you, Marquis, what brings you here? I believe we share the same objective: launch a counteroffensive against the Imperial Army. Margatoon, the nobles of our kingdom are cowardly and incompetent. No doubt you have seen this in recent days. At the first sign of unfavorable battle conditions, their primary concern was preserving their wealth. They even prepared for retreat. They are utterly undeserving of the honor bestowed upon them by the king. Fortunately, not all nobles are like this. I suppose, the reason for your purchase of military supplies must certainly align with my own thinking. Natoon. I guess. Mang. So, we will take our leave now, Marquis. Take your time to think it over. Half a month later, with the development over this period, Mozo City's military equipment has been upgraded. All soldiers are now equipped with revolvers, and the number of catapults at each of the 4 city gates has increased from the initial 3 to 10. Combined with the power of nitroglycerin, even a force of 10,000 would not be able to breach Mozo City in the first wave of attack. But Mozo City still has its weaknesses, primarily the shortage of manpower. We can only rely on the city's defenses without sufficient forces to launch an offensive. The population relocation from Ebfort should be completed within these 2 days. Currently, including the reserve TED over 2 army, we have recruited over 2,300 soldiers. To continue the recruitment. Get as many soldiers as we can. As for the costs, I will discuss them with Yi Lin later. Given our current military strength, we are unable to protect Mozo City and Ebfort at the same time. As a solution, we can only relocate the residents of Ebfort to Mozo City. This move will inevitably cause many problems, the most direct of which is a population explosion and overcrowded living areas. 2,000 soldiers are far from enough given the current situation. Qin Tian, I really don't know how to thank you. Of course, this help isn't for free. After this is all over, you will have to help me excavate the ruins, and the things found inside will belong to that's naturally not a problem. That group heading towards the royal city is Grain and his entourage. After the siege ended, Grain left Mozo City to request the royal family's intervention, and it seems they have finally returned. Grain did indeed successfully complete the mission. Unfortunately, due to the war, the royal family simply has no time to deal with these trivial matters. Manga Toon, however, this was expected. Now that Mozo City has begun to take shape, even without the royal family's mediation, we have nothing to fear from anyone. Still, the development of the war caught us off guard. 2 days before Clinton returned to Mozo City, Shadok mobilized his troops to assist the choir. But even with Shadok's support, they couldn't change the situation at the front. Not 3 days later, news arrived from the front that Shadok was defeated, and he, along with the choir, were both trapped in Wofford City. Moreover, the Empire's army was sustaining itself through warfare. And the military supplies brought by Shadok became their capital to continue marching north. After leaving a part of their forces to surround Wofford City, aiming to exhaust the choir's supplies for an easy victory, the rest of their forces kept pushing deeper into the kingdom. Nobles near the war zone mustered their troops to resist, but they only put up a symbolic towards the royal city with their pre-packed supplies. Fight before hurriedly fleeing Yiliang Toka. According to the advance route of the Imperial Army, they will reach Mozo City within 3 days. Lit Hills refers to the hill area closest to the front lines within the Sacred West Kingdom. Nearby nobles, especially during their leisure, like to picnic here and enjoy this unique landscape. However, for some time now, this will no longer be possible for them, as this area will be on the Imperial Army's path of advance. The nobles in the vicinity, having received the news, quickly liquefied their assets. It's too bad for the residents of their fiefs. Leaving their homes and being cast into the wilderness, the commoners are turned into refugees. I absolutely cannot let this situation fall upon Mozo City. Darn, it started to snow. It's going to be even colder tonight. You're wrong, snow itself isn't cold. It's when it starts to melt that it feels cold. Snow, huh? Really annoying. When the Rada tribe first came to this world, they died in droves because they couldn't adapt to the winter. I wonder if the Imperial Army will continue to advance in this weather. They will, they most definitely will. For the Empire, time is of the essence right now. Time. I see. If possible, I'd like for you two to explain. With the Imperial Army advancing without having captured Wolfei City, their front line is extremely unstable. In such a situation, if the army pushes deep into our country, they risk having their retreat cut off, leaving them isolated and without support. Haven't they considered this? No, they're taking a calculated risk. A risk. What kind of risk? Due to the perennial warfare between the two nations, the forces of the Sacred West Kingdom were mostly gathered near the front lines, with domestic forces scattered across various fiefs. Now, with the kingdom's forces at their most depleted, this sudden incursion of imperial troops slices through like a blade. If they could strike the royal capital, they could decisively turn the tide. Of course, the royal city has already received news and has begun to prepare the army, but this takes time. So time becomes the objective for both sides to compete for. Whoever can achieve their goal in the shortest time will win this round. However, by the time we show up here, they've already lost. They still won, at least partially. Manga talk. What do you mean? Still, it's time. The news of the empire moving north has already reached the royal city. Even if we successfully ambush the imperial army, since the transmission of messages is so slow, it will take quite some time for the royal family to receive the results from this side. Mangatoon during this time gap, before the royal army had adjusted its course based on the outcome of the battle whether to march south. Originally meant to defend the kingdom, and instead support Mozo City, or to choose another path. Such a lengthy period of inaction is enough to allow the imperial army to seize Mozo City. Of course, this result isn't absolute. Perhaps Duke de Quire can hold out until reinforcements arrive. I'm curious, Gosen, what did you do before? Natun just a wandering Ronin, that's all. I don't believe that a Ronin could have such keen insight into the movements of the imperial army. If Gosen hadn't pointed out that the empire had still kept a card up its sleeve at Mozo City, I wouldn't have suspected a thing. After all, everyone has their little secrets. Screech Mangatoon. The next morning, we erased all traces of our stay from the previous night and continued to monitor the fleeing troops. Everything was developing as planned. They will probably arrive here tomorrow morning. We didn't bring so many soldiers here just for leisure sightseeing. After receiving the news of Shadok's defeat, we started to prepare an ambush for the Imperial Army. Securing Kate's territory is equivalent to securing the relic, which means securing our hope of returning home. Thankfully, having the douchebag around allows us to keep track of the Imperial Army's position at all times and adjust our ambush. This gives us plenty of time to operate. At least we don't have to be on edge constantly. At 9 in the morning, after determining the Imperial Army's location through the douchebag, we quickly moved into the predetermined ambush position. This time, we brought all musketeers. Atun. Based on previous intel, this Imperial force exceeds 10,000, including over 1,000 cavalry and knights, as well as several artillery units. But cold, hard numbers never quite match the shock of seeing it with your own eyes. The vanguard cavalry scouts first, followed by the majority of musketeers. Among them, several artillery units are interspersed. This extremely long column of thousands of troops, with only a few hundred entering the ambush circle so far, taking action rashly would be like startling the snake in the grass. Moreover, cavalry units that have entered the narrow pass have strong mobility and can't be inflicted with significant damage. Despite the Imperial Army's large numbers, their alertness is not very high at the moment. This is due to issues with military discipline, and also, the battles in recent days have led to their increased arrogance. Previously, as the Imperial Army advanced, they were unstoppable and the kingdom's army in front of them was easily crushed. On the battlefield, the most fatal flaws are underestimating the enemy and letting one's guard down. Right now, the Imperial Army possesses both, which dooms them to pay a price for this. Bang! Bang bang bang! Up there! They are up there! Take cover! Musketeers retaliate! Prepare the catapults! Rumble! The power of this is, maybe, a little too strong. Don't fire. Hold your fire. We surrender. We surrender. 2 Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. My family can pay you a lot. A lot of ranso. My God. My God, save me. Let's go. Their morale has collapsed. Manga 2. This round of bombing. The effect has completely exceeded expectations. In such narrow terrain, the lethality is even greater than I imagined. From the first shot to the end of the battle, it only took a short 10 minutes. The Imperial Army has already lost its fighting capacity completely, even the cavalry troop we thought might counterattack has fled. After dealing with the Imperial Vanguard, we need to head towards Wolfie City, not to support de Quire, but to find a way to cut off the Imperial Army's retreat. The victory in this battle is a very limited obstacle to the Empire. As long as the gap in their line remains, they can organize more troops at any time. Angatun. So our tactic is to infiltrate the Imperial Army's base and find a way to deal with their supplies. The snowy weather in the sacred West Kingdom is frequent and prolonged. Ever since the snowfall during our last ambush, the blizzard has been on and off, lasting for several days. Under normal circumstances. It would only take 2 days to ride from Lit Hills to City Wolfie. However, in such weather conditions, not only does the snow slow us down, but the combination of wind and snow also causes rapid heat loss from the body. We need to stop and rest at intervals to recover, or else we risk getting frostbite. Hence, it took us a whole 5 days to finally get near City Wolfie. Kate, notify everyone that we'll find a place to rest first. Now. City Wolfie is surrounded by Imperial troops, and the Imperial camp is right ahead of us. Visibility is too low in this weather. Rash actions could likely lead to danger. That's right, as Gosen said, the visibility is indeed too low, but this not only affects us, it's the same for the Imperial Army. Overall, this weather is not suitable for action. At most, there might be some small patrols, which we can carefully avoid. City Wolfie is situated on a large plain. There are hardly any hills or ravines, let alone trees. It's extremely difficult to find suitable terrain to block the wind and snow. In the end, we had no choice but to pitch tents on the spot, keeping the cold wind and snow at bay. Thanks to the blizzard's interference, the smoke from the campfires goes undetected, enabling us to cook and live normally. In these cold conditions, the human body needs to consume a lot of energy to maintain its temperature, and meat is the best food for replenishing this energy without a doubt. It looks like this blizzard won't stop anytime soon. Are we advancing today? No need. This weather is not suitable for moving forward, but it's quite suitable for reconnaissance. You plan to take advantage of the blizzard to scout the enemy. Isn't this a great opportunity? We will go with you. This climate is not suitable for horseback riding, much less walking. The sleigh is the most flexible mode of transportation in the snow. Whoosh! Although we knew that Flambe City was surrounded by the Imperial Army, it was only a rough idea. It wasn't until we saw it with our own eyes that we realized how tightly the city was besieged. Mangatok, the tens of thousands of Imperial troops are using a point-to-line strategy, setting up camps as nodes of the encirclement around City Wolfie. Each camp supports the others, and if any position encounters a problem, the neighboring camps can provide support in the shortest possible time. Has the snow stopped? Get down. Fortunately, in this snowy weather, patrolling soldiers won't expect enemies to come. But based on the size of the camp ahead, the Imperial Army stationed there must indeed be a force of over 60,000. Our previous surprise attack succeeded despite being outnumbered tenfold because of the geographical advantage and the element of surprise. If we were to face over 10,000 soldiers head-on, even with revolvers, we would stand no chance of victory. After all, those are real living people, not targets. They dodge, they maneuver, they aren't foolish enough to just march into cannon fire. Even an army of 10,000 would behave like this, let alone one exceeding 60,000. Step back. Without the blizzard to cover our tracks, once we returned to camp, we immediately led our troops to retreat several kilometers and relied on Douchebag to patrol from above. As long as Douchebag could pinpoint the location of the Imperial Army supplies, it would be a simple matter of using a few tubes to resolve the situation, without even mobilizing soldiers. But this time, I miscalculated. Even though Douchebag can scout the enemy's situation, it is, after all, just a bird, a highly intelligent bird capable of simple communication. Yet, complex communication and identification are too much for Douchebag. It can see the location of every Imperial soldier, but it can't discern who the officers are, nor understand the concept of military supplies. Manga, this meant that our hastily proposed decapitation strike fell through. And the original plan to cut off the Imperial Army supply line had to be shelved. Perhaps we could blend in. I think it's impossible for any soldier to remember every face in the entire army. You should understand that even though we are all citizens of sacred West Kingdom, people from different places have different accents and habits. Ongatun, the soldier, pretending to be injured. He's not acclimating well, so he doesn't want to interact with others. Doctor will check. Maybe this wounded soldier strategy isn't so bad. When returning from duty, they're sure to go to the rear to recuperate, and generally, that's where the army supplies are located. This has nothing to do with what I had in mind. Throughout every battle, I've never exerted any effort, let alone command. I haven't even offered a single decent suggestion. In this team, I seem to have no use. Fort Trem, the temporary command post. According to today's reconnaissance, the Imperial Army still hasn't made any moves. Continue to scout. Duke, the food we currently have can last us at most another week. Reduce the civilians' food supply again. Let's hear it. What good ideas do you all have? Mangato, although I can't think of a good solution, Duke Del Quire, there's at least one way out. Boom. What happened? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be the Imperial Army firing at us? Don't panic. That sound was far from us. Every lord should immediately return to their troops and prepare for battle. Atun. Who can tell me what exactly happened with that explosion? Duke, we currently do not know what has transpired. Are your eyes just for decoration? Or are your ears filled with earwax? This is a joke. I could hear the explosion from Trim Castle, such a distance, and you have no idea. No. We also heard the explosion, but we're not sure exactly what happened. What's certain though, is that the explosion occurred at the enemy camp. Mongatoon, in the enemy camp. Are you sure it was in the enemy camp? Yes, indeed it was in the enemy camp, though the explosion site is too far from here to know what exactly happened over there. Man, could it be that reinforcements have arrived? No. If reinforcements did arrive, there would certainly be more noise, but then what's with the explosion? Send orders down the line, to double the night watch tonight. All legions should be ready for battle at any moment. Although we don't know the cause of the explosion, it surely signals a change, and we must be cautious. It might very well be a feint, a diversionary tactic. We must also guard against threats from other directions. Any news? Master. Our supplies over there have been destroyed. What happened? Have the kingdom's reinforcements arrived? Impossible. According to the reports, the kingdom's reinforcements should still be en route, and even if they had arrived, they could not possibly have penetrated our rear so easily and destroyed our supplies. What on earth has happened? What happened? What happened? They don't know over there either. What are you saying? Don't know. What do you mean, don't know, damn it? Is this the work of a ghost? Mangit, as of now, we really don't know what happened over there. That explosion appeared out of nowhere. Whether it's speculation or something else, I want to hear it. Manga Toon. It's not certain whether it's related to the explosion, but according to feedback from the site, before and after the explosion appeared, they noticed an eagle or some other animal circling and hovering over the camp. An eagle. Do you recall saying that when you were at Mozo City, there was also an eagle? Yes, but it's unclear whether it was the same eagle, or if this was merely a coincidence. They tried to shoot down the eagle but failed. Let's put this damned eagle aside for now, don't waste time on this matter. I just want to know the extent of the losses. We are currently still tallying, but from the situation at the scene, the losses are very severe. Moreover, the army that ambushed the royal family encountered an unknown military forces ambush while advancing, suffering heavy casualties. Out of an army of over 10,000, only a little more than 3,000 managed to escape back. For some reason, the knights who were leading the way did not get ambushed and suffered no casualties. Besides them, the rest are just some. Not tune whether it is the retreat of the advancing army or the destruction of military supplies, our plans have been disrupted. Since what has happened cannot be changed, what's most important now is to seize the present. As planned, it would put pressure on the royal family who will be unable to gather sufficient forces in a short time. They will surely resort to using that power. If all goes well, after repelling the Empire's advancing army, the royal army should move forward to support Dequel. By then, if we attack from both sides, even the royal army will be unable to withstand. However, the defeat of the advancing army has bought the royal family enough time to mobilize troops from various places. They will likely not use that power casually. What's concerning is the army that ambushed the assault troops, whether they are knights of the kingdom, or the royal army itself. Inform them that there has been a change in plans, and prepare for a strong attack on City Wolfie within the next 2 days. All this effort over such a long time absolutely cannot be wasted. Whoosh, it's coming. Manga tune. Illuminate. What happened? The douchebag is injured. It's an arrow wound. An arrow wound. Yes, it's simple to deduce from the shape of the wound. The douchebag flies so high and fast, and even I would find it difficult to lock onto it. And now someone has shot the douchebag with an arrow, and at night no less. Sums. Everything is fine now. The douchebag's injury is not serious. Everyone, go back and rest for now. Boom Mongatoon. What happened? Where's the enemy? Kate, stay calm, don't fire off just yet. Was it my hallucination? It's impossible that we all heard wrong. Boom boom everyone, evacuate this area immediately. Gosen, you evacuate first, get as far away from here as possible. Oshbear, I'm leaving the Russell in your care, also, remember to leave marks along the way. Bakuma, grab your snowboard, we're going over to check. Mongatoon. The Empire's army launching an attack on City Wolfie even after their supplies have been destroyed. The aftershocks caused by these explosions, mixed with the warriors clashing, even ghosts and gods would steer clear by 3 feet. In the face of a battle of this scale, no matter how powerful an individual is, they are too insignificant and constantly in danger of dying. War is always this horrifying. Such a colossal siege engine. The skybridges extending from the top matched the height of City Wolfie's walls, allowing the Empire's soldiers to climb from the bottom straight to the skybridge on top using the internal staircases of the siege engine. This is essentially like having built a ladder right outside of City Wolfie that leads directly to the city walls. From there, the Empire's soldiers can enter the city. And not just that, look over there. The Empire's artillery. They probably won't be able to hold on. Bang, the first stretch of the city wall has been breached. Next, we enter the street fighting phase. I wonder if Duke can hold it. If City Wolfie falls, the situation along the entire front will collapse rapidly. Bang. Bang, bang. The Empire's army is rushing in, what do we do? We can't rashly move into the city now, let's continue to stand guard here. We can't do anything. The only thing we can do is pray for them. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Is the Empire's army collapsing? Thank goodness we won. Duke managed to hold on. As long as the city of Wolfie isn't breached, we can refill the frontline gaps. Then, let the two nations fight fiercely. As long as it doesn't spread within our country, it's none of our business. During this time, we can also go about our own affairs. Let's go, the defeat of the Imperial Army is already a certainty. There's no need to watch any longer. We must convey this news to them. There are still many Empire soldiers fleeing and hiding in the city. We can't let our guard down until they are completely cleared out. Command everyone to sweep quickly. When the city gates were breached, I thought we were going to have to flee. I didn't expect that we could hold on. Such a relief. Such a relief. Marquis Shadok, are you alright? How do you feel? God bless, I'm feeling alright now, but I'll need some time to recover. Without you, I might be dead by now. I will never forget this debt of gratitude. You don't have to worry about this matter. That makes me feel somewhat shy. If our powers had been stronger, perhaps this situation wouldn't have happened. Don't say that. If it weren't for your reinforcements, City Wolfie would have fallen long ago. You played a significant role in this battle. Later, I will surely commend your efforts to the monarch. With this merit, you will definitely be promoted to a duke. Protecting the kingdom is our responsibility, after all. I've done so much for this outcome. The duke's position. Mongotoon. The cleanup work on the battlefield took 2 days. By the 3rd day, after the fighting had ended, the city of Wolfie returned to normal order. That afternoon, the army assembled by the royal family finally reached the front lines. Kate and the others, no longer facing the threat from the Empire, returned to Mozo City. However, to prevent facing the same crisis again, on Qin Tian's suggestion, Kate still spent a considerable amount of resources to fortify the city walls. The temporarily formed militia was not disbanded. Instead, their training intensity was increased. Gatu. After Mozo City was temporarily secured, we finally found the time, taking Dumbledore's map of the ruins and searching for it. In this era, technology levels are limited, and the maps drawn are not so accurate. The map in my hands is even more rudimentary, only capturing the terrain around the ruins to use as a reference for finding it. According to the map, the approximate location of the ruins should be in this area. There are weeds all around, but only here are there no plants, and the soil is very loose, as if it's just been filled in recently. Could the entrance Agatoon be underground? We'll know once we dig. Judging by the size, digging this up is going to take a lot of time. Let's set up camp first, as it's going to be dark soon. Whoosh Mongatoon. It's now 8 p.m., and it doesn't count as late in terms of the time, but with no entertainment here, our only option is to gather and chat. Mongatoon. In this low temperature, it seems even our consciousness is becoming more sluggish, and in the blink of an eye, everyone's asleep. If the ring wasn't broken, we'd know if there's a laboratory underneath us. Mongatoon will find out tomorrow, but what we need to worry about is if there really is a lab down there, how far we can get without a key. The laboratory must have an ID card, that is, a ring functioning as a key, or some other thing that the lab recognizes and approves of before the main doors will open. There's also the possibility of opening the doors manually from the inside of the lab, just like Ichio did before. However, if there were people in the lab, there would have been some noise by now. But the possibility that the people inside don't want to open the doors can't be ruled out either. Mongatoon. Since Dumbledore was able to get that bracelet, I think he must have been inside. Even if it's unexpected, it doesn't matter. We'll just need to search slowly. After all, isn't that how we've managed all these years? Mongatoon. Actually, it's quite nice now, isn't it? All of us here are doing well. Mongatoon. Maybe since arriving in this world, we've been trying every possible way to find a method to return, so much that we've overlooked everything around us. Having the people we love and who love us by our side, it seems, there's not much else to yearn for. Throughout history, the victims of war have always been those who desire peace and prosperity. Human power is limited. Even if I have strength far beyond ordinary people. Far beyond the technology of this era. In war, being able to protect oneself is already good enough. If there were no war between the two countries, that would be even better. Mongatoon. We've been digging since this morning, and right now I estimate we've only completed half of the work. The area of the cover isn't large, but considering the depth we need to fill, I guess this excavation will take at least a whole day. Master Kate, come over here and look. Mongatoon. We've actually found wooden boards. Have we reached the right spot? A wooden door underneath the earth. An insulating layer. Open it up. Choose me. The stone steps are mottled and uneven, not due to the wear of time, but because they were rough from the very beginning. However, the joints are so tight. It's hard to tell whether it's due to poor craftsmanship or if it was always intended to be styled this way. It doesn't look like these are ruins. Judging by the erosion on the stone door, it wasn't carved too long ago, probably within the last 20 or 30 years. It's not a laboratory either. But what's certain is that there will be clues about the laboratory inside here. And who knows if there might be any treasure. Get on. If there were, Dumbledore would have already cleaned it out. Other than the musty smell being strong, there's oxygen inside, so we can enter. I'll go first. Manget. There are lights on the wall. Mongatoon. There's even whale oil in here. It's solidified, but it might still be worth a try. Mongatoon, not only the floor, but even the walls and ceiling are made of stone slabs. How much manpower did this all take? Now I'm really curious about what this place was actually used for. As long as it's not a tomb, anything else is manageable. Ah. Yi Lin, you stay behind. Bakuma, be on alert. It's Dumbledore's men. I've seen the fabric he's wearing. Mangadajal, it looks like we'll have to be extra careful from here on out. Everyone be careful, and pay close attention to your footing. Look out for any traps or mechanisms. Mongatoon, it's a good thing Dumbledore is leading the way. Otherwise, we might have been the ones ensnared. But that doesn't mean it's safe from here on out, we still need to proceed with caution. The traps might not have been completely triggered, so stay alert. Guck. Oh my god, Gatun. Beep. Chin Tian, are you okay? Mongatoon Phew. It's okay, don't worry. Luckily there weren't many arrows, or else even with my quick reflexes, I wouldn't have been able to defend flawlessly against a pincer attack like this. This trap is quite elaborate. You guys stay put, I'll scout ahead. The passage is about 60 meters in total, divided into two parts. A 40-meter slope downwards and a 20-meter horizontal stretch. We've already advanced more than 20 meters. The remaining distance is just a matter of seconds. Siege log. See, these people must have died from the crushing blow of siege logs, much more gruesome than being shot by arrows. First, hidden arrows, and now hidden stakes. This is just like the traps from a tomb raiding novel. I hope we won't encounter things like soul-confusing stairs or a fire trap with molten glass. Mongatoon, never mind, let them come if they must. But illusions of Zongzi. Those should only exist in films and television. There sure are a lot of these traps. For the next part of the journey, it's better to let me, Gosen, and Nick scout the way first. If others follow now, it will be hard to guarantee everyone's safety. Be sure to stay safe. There might still be traps in this latter part. I'll go first, then you guys follow. Mongatoon. Hug the walls when you walk. Even if you trigger a trap, you won't have to worry about being hit by a siege log. Dumbledore, be careful. Swoosh. This area is safe. Come over. Mongatoon. Someone really lived here. Mongatoon, judging by the surrounding facilities, this place completely satisfies the needs for one person's normal living. It's certainly not a resting place for the dead. Wonder what kind of person would live here. This is a great place to hide. Mangatoon, you guys go back to the corridor first. After I've finished scouting, then you can come back. What I initially thought was a relic turned out to be a safety hideout. Maybe there are more dangers hidden inside. Mongatoon, I ran around twice and found no traps at all. Phew. It seems all the traps here have been triggered, it's safe for now. Mongatoon, from the look of things, they've been dead for a long time. It's just not clear which side they belong to. These marks on their bodies. They're the Royal Guard, directly under the service of royal family members. Batun. Members of the royal family. Apart from Dumbledore's people, there are also members of the royal family here, and someone dared to kill them. This is getting interesting. Mongatoon, the breastplate on the corpses is a layer of steel plate. Although it's made thin to reduce weight for ease of wearing, being only 3 to 4 millimeters thick, it's steel that should withstand arrows. But the defensive strength of this steel plate was pierced straight through by a sword. Just how powerful must the person who did this be? Mongatoon, if nothing goes wrong, he should be the master of this place. Judging from the mottling on the skeleton, we can be sure that this skeleton and the royal guards died at the same time. To have so many wounds on his body, it's hard to imagine how dangerous his life must have been while he was alive. Let's search carefully, maybe there are some hidden treasures. However, that's unlikely, the royal guard doesn't mobilize just for wealth. But I think, you didn't come here for treasure either. I almost forgot about the real business. Manga toon. This place is much smaller than I had imagined, there's nothing to be found. Manga to 0 there's nothing of value here, all must have been moved out by Dumbledore. Natun no clues about the laboratory, no written records found. Could it be that this place has nothing to do with the lab? Could it be the royal guard took all the treasure inside? If that were the case, Dumbledore would not have been able to get that ring. Judging from the wheat stored in the warehouse and the outcome of the battle, it seems the royal guard and the owner here perished together. The guards have been missing for so long. Hasn't there been any movement from the royal side, like sending someone to investigate? It's possible this was a secret mission. The guards, upon discovering this place, took immediate action against the owner here, and all ended up dying, which is why the royal side doesn't know where the guards disappeared to and hasn't sent anyone to investigate. Action. What action? Just how vicious was the owner of this place that the royal guard was dispatched? I don't know that. It's just my guess. Sometimes, keeping a diary is really a good habit. If that person had written one, maybe we wouldn't have come back empty-handed. At least, I still have one lead, so things aren't too bad. Back on Treasure Island too, it was through Summonsen's diary that we found the location of the ring, and it was also through a diary that we learned about the laboratory. Diaries are truly valuable things. Are we going back now? Are you going back? It's about time. Kate's strength has grown, and she doesn't have to worry about being affected by war in the short term. Besides that, the clues about the laboratory here have run dry. We need to find new leads. When do you plan to leave? You decide. Maybe in a couple of days. The gates of Mozo City are always open to you. Chin Tian, we'll see each other again, right? Don't forget, we still owe money to your company. Remember to come back soon for it. Well then, I look forward to seeing all of you again. You're always welcome to visit Duranba. Duranba is located in the northeast of the Sacred West Kingdom. The straight distance from Mozo City to there is comparable to that from Mozo City to the capital, a journey of nearly half a month. Along the way, there are more than a dozen large and small fiefs. Duranba. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and on the 13th day after our departure, we finally arrived at S fief. After this sign, it's our territory. It seems the Russell is quite happy too. Finally, we are back. At our current pace, we should be able to reach Duranba City by this afternoon. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the kingdom you've conquered for me. Compared to the south, the altitude in the north of the Sacred West Kingdom is higher and there are more forests and mountains. According to, Duranba City is built within the mountains. Is that Duranba City? It looks really nice. From the outside, it looks almost the same as the first coastal city we arrived at in the Sacred West Kingdom. It's so lively. This is nearly the liveliest city I've seen in the kingdom. Look over there. That castle. Wolf Eagle Fort, named after and the douchebag, the place where we live now. Good name, really a good name. Is everyone there? At this time, everyone should be outside the fortress on the grassland. We'll find out if we go look. Sister Yilin. Hold on a second, let's give them a surprise. You. Never mind, let's follow your plan. No trouble on your way here, I hope. Welcome back, Sister Yelin. It's really great to see everyone so full of energy. Everyone still seems the same old self. Too bad Jessica and Kata haven't returned, otherwise we'd all be here. No, that's not right, Master Wuxia and Nick are still missing. Right, Master Wuxia. Master Wuxia. And Nick. Master Wuxia. Nick. Master Wuxia. Sister Nick. Master Wuxia has returned. The people of the Lada tribe are still so hospitable. I barely had a moment to rest after returning to the Wolf Eagle stronghold before being dragged to the drinking table. But tonight's dinner is completely in line with the domestic customs. It's the most comfortable meal I've had in a long while. Wandering around alone never felt quite secure. Now that I'm reunited with them, it feels a bit more like home. Are you thinking about something pleasant? You're not drunk. No, that's not it. You did have quite a bit to drink. Are you sober now? Thinking of you all by my side makes me happy. Wait a second, everyone's watching. Everyone is drunk, so let's go somewhere more private. Yellen. You look so beautiful and alluring tonight. Chin Tian, no. I haven't. I'm very willing, just not ready yet. Sorry, I was too hasty. Sleep now, you must be exhausted after days of travel. Apart from the elderly and children, the entire Lada tribe are nominally the soldiers of Tianfei City, responsible only for the security of the Wolf Eagle stronghold. The defense of Duranba City, on the other hand, is left to the soldiers gathered by Yellen. Not counting the subordinates of the various soldiers and knights, I can currently mobilize over 2,300 troops, divided into 2 artillery battalions of 400 men, a knight battalion of 100, a cavalry battalion of 300, and the rest are musketeers. This is already comparable to the strength of an earl. Let's go take a look at our plantation. Although this power isn't bad, now that the kingdom is clashing with the empire in battles involving tens of thousands, a mere force of thousands is still far from enough. With vegetables and fruits, plus the stored grain in the castle, even if we are besieged and cut off from the outside world, we can hold out for at least a month. In addition, we have also set up an English language school, designed to facilitate communication between our tribe members and the people from the Holy West Kingdom. Now, the majority of our tribe members have mastered English, so simple communication is not a problem. The rings and bracelets are left here. Could there be a secret chamber? Hee hee. It has quite a medieval feel, doesn't it? Which way should we go? Take the right path. The left one is a trap. A box. After we defeated the pirates on Treasure Island 2, we found this in Summonson's tent. Originally, it was filled with a chest full of treasures. Could it be the same here? Certainly not. Jewelry, diamonds. Hidden so cleverly. An empty room at the entrance. There are far too many in Wolf Eagle Castle. No one would guess that one of these rooms contains a secret chamber, and even if they did find this room, the treasure chest would distract them. They wouldn't consider that there might be a hidden compartment within. It's a trap within a trap. Speaking of which, this place was accidentally discovered by Sister Jessica. I thought you had it built on purpose. Wolf Eagle Castle had changed hands several times before me. Because of this, the location of this secret room was forgotten during the transfers. That bracelet is identical to the one Shadok presented at DeQuire's banquet. If anything, it has more cracks, as it was salvaged from the seabed. The erosion from seawater naturally made it much more fragmented compared to the one in the vault. Huh. Why isn't there any movement? Bang. The projection of the pentagonal ring shut off and couldn't be reopened without someone touching it. I've tried several times since then, but it's always the same result. An anomaly appeared as soon as we landed. That's really interesting. But with this kind of future technology, even if we know there's a problem, we won't figure it out anytime soon. I can't even understand how this ring works. However, we could give it a try. The D3 ring was key in containing the blast when I detonated the nitroglycerin at close range. It protected us from the explosion and helped us drift to Iceland. However, its energy is now depleted and it's currently offline. Maybe it can. Alright, maybe I was too assuming. But this bracelet. I remember, you said this ring was found by a fisherman in a sunken ship. Have you visited that shipwreck? After receiving this ring, Jessica and I joined the fishermen and immediately went to that sea area to explore the sunken ship. However, the water where the fishing boat was located was too deep. Even with oxygen tanks, Kata and the others could not withstand the water pressure for long underwater stays. Besides, Jessica's flashlight ran out of battery long ago. Without lighting equipment, it was difficult for Kata and the others to search the entire ship. After a long time of effort without any results, we ultimately had to give up. We'll make another trip once we're ready. The reason we found nothing was due to a lack of equipment. In other words, there must be many corners of that shipwreck still unexplored. And within those places, there could very well be clues related to the laboratory. First, let's find a way to create equipment suitable for underwater operations. Not to mention anything else, lighting equipment is a must-have. Otherwise, if we're in complete darkness under the water, we might pass right by clues without even knowing it. However, this can't be solved in a short time, we still need to prepare for a while. In the safety of Wolf Eagle Fortress, Yellen had long established a production line for flintlock guns. But that's not enough. We must upgrade this production line to revolvers. That's the fastest way to enhance our strength. Yellen, Bohama, what are you two doing? Because if we just show up in the city like this, we might not be able to relax tonight. Yellen is quite beloved by the residents. If she is discovered by them, it would certainly cause a stir. Do we need that too? You don't need it because to the residents, you are strangers. It's quite lively. There are so many people. It is now 8 o'clock in the evening. In other cities, the streets would have been empty by now. However, Duranba is buzzing with people's voices at this moment. Night market. What a delicious smell. That must be the smell of cream cake. It's still as lively here as before. In the sacred West Kingdom, no matter which city, residents seldom go out after nightfall. Aside from pubs and inns, no other shops can be found open. But it's different here. There must be quite a big expense every night, right? Indeed, it was quite an expense when the night market was first established. Back when we were on our way to Tren Castle from Tianfei City, Kate mentioned that the city's lighting is all managed by the local lord. That's why, although most cities have street lamps, they are still pitch black after nightfall because lighting is too expensive. Even for a duke like Dequile, street lamps are only lit during the autumn and winter seasons. When the night market was just getting started. When the night market appears, there are very few other shops, mostly those set up by the Daybreak Association. Nevertheless, the novelty of the night market still attracts many residents, which has made many shops see the potential and begin to open in the evening as well. This, in turn, creates a virtuous cycle, where the more shops that open, the more residents they attract, and the more residents there are, the more shops are drawn in. Yellen, what exactly is your area of expertise? I remember it's somewhat related to economics, right? With the help of a commercial association, Yellen managed to climb from the commoner class to the nobility in a short amount of time. Her skill has surpassed countless others. The current night market has formed a positive cycle, continuously attracting external funds and shops. If this goes on, when it comes to building the city of Duranba, Yellen wouldn't need to exert much effort. She just has to do good planning. This is because the incoming shops will construct the city of Duranba invisibly. Roaming the night market in the sacred West Kingdom gives me the illusion of having returned to my original world. Dawn, we have arrived. This is the headquarters of the Daybreak Association. I designed the Daybreak Association store based on the concept of modern large-scale supermarkets. Food, weapons, clothing, daily necessities, and any other type of goods found in the market are all available for sale in the store. This model has attracted numerous customers, keeping the storefront constantly busy during business hours. It's not just general merchandise. We also sell luxury goods with high profit margins. Lady Yellen, we've lost contact with Lady Jessica. Jessica is out of contact. Yes, we lost contact with Lady Jessica over half a month ago. How could this be? A few months ago, Jessica took Kata and her team to search for your whereabouts overseas. By calculation, they should have returned this month. Nazar Island, located within the territory of the Sacred West Kingdom, is the largest known island with harsh conditions and no indigenous inhabitants. The entire island is composed of sands, lacking fresh water, and until now, no one has seen the full extent of Nazar Island. The furthest known point that anyone has reached into Nazar Island is just 30 kilometers. According to legend, a huge treasure is buried at the center of Nazar Island, attracting countless treasure hunters. However, over the years, most of those hunters ended up eternally resting in the depths of the desert, with very few returning alive. It has gradually become a forbidden zone of life. If Jessica ventured deep into it. We landed on Nazar Island here, but Lady Jessica began her expedition into the desert from this point. According to scale, there's a distance of several kilometers between these two locations. Is there anything special about that place? Before heading to Nazar Island, Lady Jessica visited several treasure hunters who had ventured deep into Nazar Island and planned out the most optimal route. And before they set out, they made an agreement with us. If they don't return to the camp after a month, it means they have met with disaster. Do we still have the supply list that Jessica prepared before she left? Prepare a set of supplies following the list. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Everything will be ready by the day after tomorrow at the latest. In the meantime, we can rest up and gather our strength. In a completely unfamiliar desert, even with my many talents and great strength, we humans are insignificant in the face of nature. However, the Rada people, who are native desert dwellers, are undoubtedly the best support. The team for the journey was quickly selected. Even though there are over 100 Rada people, before their sea training, only a few, like Nick, could be considered warriors. Their experience in surviving and hunting in the desert far surpasses that of the other Rada people. Moreover, the effectiveness of troops lies not in their number, but in their skill. It takes at least a week to travel from Duranba City to Nazar Island, which means a week has passed since Jessica was confirmed missing. By the time we make our way to Nazar Island, another week will have been spent. The longer we delay, the more uncertainties arise. Fortunately, we have Kata with us, so safety should not be an issue in the short term. You all must wait for me to come. To gather the supplies in the shortest possible time, Yellen practically mobilized all the channels and powers at her disposal. In less than half the expected time, by the second day's noon after receiving the news of Jessica's disappearance, Yellen had gathered everything needed for the journey. Once we cross that mountain range, we'll see the harbor. Beyond the mountain is the sea. That bracelet was fished up by the fishermen of this harbor. It takes a week from the port of Jonia to Nazar Island. During this period, Nick conducted a simple training for more than 200 soldiers to mentally prepare them before entering the desert, as well as to master some basic survival skills. A week later, Nazar Island. Is this Nazar Island? Is it my imagination, or does it feel quite warm here? So this is the island known as the Forbidden Land. As far as the eye can see, nothing but Russell after Russell. Is this what Nazar Island is like? Even in winter, it's as hot as a summer midday, with none of the cold feeling, and this is just the temperature felt in the afternoon. I fear that at noon, it might be even hotter. If it's this hot now, I can't imagine how terrifying the temperature on the island will be when the sun rises tomorrow. Nick, have you always lived in places like this before? Yes, our homeland is just like this, with endless Russell sands. And the same scorching heat. Ever since I came to Nazar Island, I feel like I've returned to my homeland. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night is extreme. While it's still unbearably hot before sunset, as night falls, we have no choice but to start a bonfire. This kind of extreme climate is too torturous. At an environmental temperature of 15°C, the body loses 30 of its total heat from the head, and at 4°C, the heat lost from the head can be as much as 60 of the total. It's only by wrapping up the entire body that one can avoid hypothermia, and with the heat produced by physical movement, it's enough to feel warm. Yi Lin, are you sure you're not feeling unwell? When we were first stranded on Treasure Island 2, we also faced many crises. Back then, we had nothing, but we still managed to survive on that deserted island. Now we have plenty of hands and well-supplied resources. How could we be afraid of this mere desert? From now on, we're counting on you. Don't worry, leave it to us. Apart from the soldiers left behind at the camp, there are over 200 people on this trip, each carrying a backpack with the basic necessities for surviving in the desert to prevent accidental separation. As for the food and water supply of the entire team, they are transported by Russell sleds. It's a pity that due to time constraints, very few camels could be found. Otherwise, we could have brought more supplies. After dawn, the temperature in the desert is rising rapidly. We walked for a full hour until we reached the place where Jessica first set off, and there is still a long journey ahead. The glaring sun, the scorching temperature. This is really not a place for normal people to stay. Not long after we set off, the team was already very exhausted. It's hot, too hot. I feel like I'm going to be cooked. I need to take a sip of water to ease up. No, I have to take this robe off. You can't take the robe off. Do you want to die? The sun in the desert is incredibly harsh. Exposing the skin to this burning light will result in sunburn in less than half an hour. This thick robe can effectively shield the skin from the sunlight, and moreover, taking it off won't make you feel cooler, but even hotter. The robe not only blocks out the sunlight, but also the heat from the desert. It's time to put on the goggles. Soldiers, heed my order, put on your goggles. Additionally, without my command, no one is allowed to take off their robes. These are specially made. The material is completely different from modern sunglasses. They are made of colored glass and can't compare to modern sunglasses in terms of blocking strong light. However, they can still provide a layer of protection for your eyes under this intense light. In the desert, the temperature can reach a terrifying 50 degrees Celsius during the noon hours. In that situation, if you bury a raw egg, it will be steamed, cooked in no time. The desert is too terrifying at this time. We must stop. The sunshade canopy is very simple, 4 sticks planted in the ground, supporting several overlapping canvases, but the resulting cooling effect is very significant. At least it allows people to catch their breath in this high temperature. There's another way. We can dig pits in the sand. Dig pits in the sand. Yes, just dig a hole about half a meter deep in the sand, then lie down in it, and you will feel quite cool. Lying here. It really is a lot cooler. After confirming that digging holes was effective, the soldiers all began digging sand pits. This method of staying cool might seem strange, but in the desert, as long as it works, no one cares whether it feels like a grave or not. But by noon, even with the shade from the tents and the cooling effect of the sand pits, the midday heat made everyone extremely uncomfortable. To avoid generating heat from activity, they stopped talking, and the entire team fell silent. If it weren't for the occasional sound of drinking water, you might have thought it was some sort of collective grave site. The excruciating midday hours finally passed, and by dusk, the desert's temperature began to drop. However, after an afternoon of intense sun, everyone felt drained and listless. For those who have never survived in the desert and have not experienced such terrifying high temperatures, adapting to this environment in such a short time is very difficult. This period is so unbearable that without drinking some cold water, I feel like I could die. This afternoon felt as if it lasted for days. Great Wizard, it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In another hour, the sun will set. We think everyone needs time to adapt to the weather of the desert. If we proceed with the plan and push deeper into the desert, it's very likely that someone in the team won't be able to handle it and will collapse. You're right, we indeed need time to properly adapt to the desert climate. At night, the sun sets, and the temperature drops. But this drop is just too extreme. Before coming to Nazar Island, no matter what, we would never have imagined that there could be a place in the world where there was such a vast difference between the daytime and nighttime temperatures. Having experienced the extreme temperature changes of the desert in a single day, I feel that the descriptions in textbooks are too conservative. This exaggerated temperature difference just can't be conveyed with cold digits. I wonder how Jessica and the others are doing now. We've just entered the desert, and we already have to endure this terrifying heat. It's hard to imagine what Jessica and the others are going through and whether their supplies are still plentiful, if they can last until our rescue. They'll definitely be alright. Whether it's Jessica, Kata, or the others, they are experienced survivors. Don't worry. With the desert climate being so terrifyingly abnormal, it's unlikely they'd venture too far. Their range of activity should be near this route. To complete this route, we need at least 10 days. Based on my understanding of Jessica, she would use this route as a baseline to conduct exploratory searches in the surrounding area. What we need to do is to quickly reach the middle part of this route and then search the surrounding area. There's a lake on the route. There really is a lake. We were too hasty before and worried about Jessica, so we never thoroughly looked at this map. The route actually marks a lake and several patches of greenery are sporadically noted around it, which will undoubtedly bring great convenience to the entire team. With this lake, the team can completely replenish the water resources previously consumed, which can also extend our search time in the desert. We can't be too happy yet. The water in this lake might be saline. It's just a possibility because not all lakes in the desert can be called oases. So, before we can confirm if the lake water is drinkable, we can't waste our water resources. Even if the lake water is saline, we can obtain drinkable fresh water through distillation, but we're consuming fresh water too fast. If we waste it indiscriminately, we may not even make it to the lake. In this hot climate, the human body consumes a lot of water. Chin Tian, is that a bush over there? It's camel thorn. Camel thorn, true to its name, is a shrub formed by a pile of hard spikes, an extremely drought-resistant plant. Commonly found in desertified areas, though drought-resistant, this does not mean camel thorn does not require water. Its appearance undoubtedly indicates that the upcoming section will contain more moisture than the areas we've passed over these 2 days. Let's all prepare for a rest. Water evaporation as much as possible. The leaves on the canopy of Populus euphratica are quite sparse, making it unable to block out all the sunlight. There are spots of light in the shade, but even so, the shade of a tree is still much cooler than under a sunshade. Everyone be careful, scorpions often inhabit these kinds of places. Scorpions, these lethal creatures, if stung, in such harsh desert conditions, it's as good as a death sentence. For safety, we carefully checked the surrounding area and, within just a few dozen square meters, there were actually a dozen scorpion holes. The scorpion holes are mostly hidden under the cool shade of grass. Concealed by the weeds, they are not easily noticeable. The entrance is quite flat, only about 2 centimeters high, which can be easily overlooked. Should we find another place to rest? Just kill the scorpions inside. 1 scorpion hole signifies 1 scorpion, a dozen holes equate to a dozen scorpions. Surrounded by so many, who could rest easy? Better to kill them first. Nick, Ragnar, what are you guys doing? We're trying to see if we can catch a few scorpions. With a hole this big, the scorpions inside must be very plump and juicy. The scorpion and its hole are generally the same size as the scorpion itself. This is something every member of the Lada tribe knows. And the bigger the scorpion, the tastier it is, especially when grilled to perfection. Plump and juicy. Can we catch scorpions like this? When the temperature drops, the scorpions will come out of their burrows and directly fall into this pit. The thing to note is that the pit must be near the burrow entrance, so the scorpions have no alternative path, and it has to be vertical, only then will the scorpions be unable to climb out. The noon temperature is still scorching hot, but luckily, one is somewhat accustomed to this weather. Plus, with the shading of the trees, we endured until 4 p.m. when the temperature finally started to drop and felt slightly more spirited. During this time, Ragnar's trap did not yield any scorpions. Generally, scorpions go out in the late afternoon or evening, when they leave their caves. Although we didn't catch any scorpions, at least we don't have to worry about them crawling out and stinging us. The Populus euphratica trees usually form clustered communities, sharing a root system. If one tree finds a water source, the others won't have to worry about dying of thirst. Around here, the trees cluster in groups of 3 or 4, sparsely distributed around with gaps of tens of meters. From this, it's evident that underground water here is even more abundant, meaning we are closer to the lake. Until the sun sets, and the darkness falls, the scorpions feeling the drop in temperature start to venture out for food. But they could never imagine someone had set a trap right at their doorstep. Splash! We've finally caught them. Scorpions. Scorpions. Look, this big, plump scorpion. Stay back. You all enjoy it, I definitely will not touch it. Today's haul is very rich. As long as you guys like it. Nick, be careful not to get stung. It's okay, as long as you grab its pincers, you don't have to worry about getting stung. Generally speaking, the thicker the tail and the smaller the claws of a scorpion, the more potent its venom. They use venom to hunt. Now that the stinger is off, it's harmless, but it's still better to keep it at a distance. Crackle. The scorpion is ready. You guys enjoy it. It smells pretty good. Let me just try it. This tastes really nice, almost like fried grasshoppers. Considering we'll be staying in the desert for a long time, most of the food we brought is dry meat and biscuits. This kind of food sacrifices its original flavor in exchange for a longer shelf life. Compared to that, this roasted scorpion can barely be considered a delicacy. The taste is actually good. When we first arrived at Treasure Island 2, out of necessity, we ate a lot of insects. This scorpion doesn't really count as dark cuisine. It tastes pretty good, it's just a pity we didn't bring any salt, otherwise it would have been even better. They say that Nazar Island is home to man-eating monsters, but I think those explorers were just too weak. I heard there are cacti here, those plants covered with spikes all over. I've always wanted to see one up close. We've made it. We're here. It's really a lake. Unbelievable. In such a dry place, there's such a large lake. I can't wait to plunge into the water and take a bath. Many have become exhausted on this journey, let them relax properly. Lakes can be seen as a source of life in the desert, bringing nourishment to countless creatures living in this parched place. I'm alive again. I've never tasted water this sweet, it's as delicious as precious wine. As long as we set up camp and prepare dinner for the night, the rest of the time is for you to rest, soldiers. I have never seen such a large lake in the desert before. Our tribe has always been in the desert, and although we've seen many lakes, the ones in the oases are all very small. You can see the whole thing at a glance. This one is more like a sea. The sea isn't this small. Look over there, date palm trees. Date palms look like coconut trees, but of course, that's only in appearance. Remember, this is the desert. A plant like a coconut that requires a lot of water wouldn't be able to survive here. Is there something special about this tree? Hurriedly, the fruit of this kind of tree is edible, like its name suggests, dates and coconuts. Date palms, belonging to Palmaceae and are species of phoenix. They are plants that tolerate high temperatures, waterlogging, drought, salinity, frost, and love sunlight. They thrive in deep, dry acidic soil while shying away from waterlogged depressions. Mostly propagated through seeds. They can grow alone or form a clump, with multiple stems from a single root system. They grow slowly. The roots sprout fleshy buds, the petioles have thorns, and leaves are pinnate. The plants are dioecious, with the male flowers having short stalks, white, and the female flowers almost spherical. Are these green ones ripe? This type of fruit can be eaten whether they're ripe or not. If they're ripe, they'll be sweeter. Being able to eat fruit in the desert feels a bit luxurious. The water level of the lake isn't deep, but it's enough to dissipate heat. At this moment, I almost feel like I'm on vacation. Crocodiles. There are crocodiles in the water. Damn it. Get to the shore quickly. Be careful, it's swimming towards you. Crocodiles. In the desert. How could there be crocodiles in the desert? Could it be the 7 warlords of the sea, crocodile? Stab it. Quickly use your sword to stab it. Stab its head. Watch out, there's one here too. Over here. Ah. It bit me. My hand. Crocodiles, real crocodiles, West African crocodiles. West African crocodiles, also known as desert crocodiles, are smaller in size, lighter in color, can leap and stand upright, and are similar in appearance to the Nile crocodile. They're small-sized crocodiles, the largest not exceeding 2.5 meters, feeding on fish, birds, and frogs, and lack the capability to prey on large animals. Luckily, the crocodiles in this lake are not very aggressive and are small. Otherwise, if they had performed a death roll, someone might have died here today. Stand back. Let me do it. This is a crocodile's hardest part, the head. Amazing. How do you feel now? Is the injury serious? Thank you for your concern, I'm okay. Just bear with it. Luckily, the West African crocodile's combat strength is indeed very weak. Even if it managed to bite, it didn't reach the bone. In such a case, as long as the wound is disinfected and carefully bandaged, and the patient is given some time to rest, there will be no lasting disability. Nick, Ragnar, when you were living in the desert, did you ever encounter crocodiles in any lakes? No, not just in lakes, but when we were in the desert, we never saw crocodiles either. After the West African crocodile attack in the evening, extra guards have been added for tonight. Right now, there are more than 30 soldiers guarding outside the camp. The temperature in the desert at night is extremely cold, and it's a particularly tough time for the guards on duty. But for the animals that live here, it is the time of day they go out to forage for food. For example, this desert frog is a type of frog unique to the desert. In order to avoid the extreme heat of the desert, they hide themselves deep in the sand in the shade during the day, only emerging to forage when it rains or at night. Places with trees and water are just so refreshing. It would be great if the douchebag were here, it would definitely be more convenient to find people. Even without the douchebag, we will certainly be able to find Sister Jessica and the others.